Mortis wonders, why is he here? Otis supposes everyone has to be somewhere.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
Be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands. The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data. Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
enemies have grown fierce. Use all that you have learned.
Be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. Extracted. They won't even know it's gone. Keep going. Nobody knows you're here.
They fought well. Good dance all. foes deserve your respect. Honor them with
Message decoded. Leave none alive. Clear out the remaining enemy forces. I have detected another message incoming. Capture and decode the signal. Tower online. We are in total control. Keep fighting. You have decoded the message. The remaining enemies must not report back to their command. Eliminate everyone.
As you conquer the foe, so you conquer yourself.
can we do to help your journey? May this help your journey.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another Exploited Level 3 video. Make sure to go down to the comments and tell me how much you hate this intro. I'm in the middle of making a couple of videos right now, alright? Dungeon Delve Episode 2 on the way. Love that everybody loved that. And I thought in the meantime, we could take a look at some more 2024 stuff, like the new Bard. I've wanted to look at it for a while now, but I wanted to do a whole dedicated video for it because I loved the Bard, and I just wanted to give my thoughts about it. I haven't really got to read through it yet. So we're going to look at the D&D Beyond article and check out what the new changes to Bard are. I'm so excited to find out what they've done to my sweet baby. Bard is my second favorite class. Warlock's my favorite. If there was like hours, like a playtime for each class that I've played, I've probably played Bard the most just over the years in like 5th edition 2014 D&D. What can I say? I just love charisma casters. It's the sense of self that I just love so much. The fact that that's what fuels your magic. It's so awesome. Charisma on its own though is such a hard thing to define to me. And I think Bard is too. It's sort of just this like, they play music. And I hope that that has been like more clearly defined within the new book. Whenever I think about charisma recently, the main way that I attribute it to the game when I'm trying to call for like a roll or a check is thinking about cool from Cyberpunk. In Cyberpunk, you have a stat called cool instead of charisma, and it just makes more sense. It's about your aura, your appearance, your riz, keeping your cool. It makes a lot of sense. I don't know, that just flows off the tongue a little better. I hope that Bardic Inspiration is better. I hope that Counter Charm is better. You know, back when we read the Unearthed Arcana for the Bard, I was so excited about a lot of the changes. Like the fact that they basically made Bardic Inspiration a reaction. Oh, let's see if we get some of that in the new book. Let us jump in to the Riz Master class. Have I told you guys how much I love the art? The art good. All right, so we got Bardic Inspiration at level 1, of course. Bardic Inspiration is the driving force behind the Bard class, and the 2024 Player's Handbook has made using the feature more appealing and inviting. I sure hope so, because I made fun of that in song form. A D6. I've always felt that Bardic Inspiration is such like a last minute, like, you have Bardic Inspiration, you have a D6, you can add that to your roll. Oh, it didn't do anything. Oh well. Like, Bardic Inspiration does not slap. A 2014 Bard might give an ally Bardic Inspiration, and they might not get a chance to use it in the next 10 minutes. Exactly. Alternatively, they might use it on a D20 test they would have already succeeded on, wasting the Bardic die. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Bardic Inspiration is a great ability and such a neat idea, but it plays really weirdly. Now with the 2024 Bard, your Bardic Inspiration lasts for a full hour. Good. So if your allies don't use it in combat, they might still be able to use it on another D20 test afterward, such as during a dungeon crawl. The truly impactful change, though, is that in the 2024 Player's Handbook, a creature who has a Bardic die doesn't have to roll it until after they fail a D20 test. So now they can hoard it until they know it has a chance of actually turning a failure into a success. Woo! Yeah, this is awesome. This was in the Unearthed Arcana. This just makes it so much more useful. This is just really great for attack rolls and saving throws. You miss an attack roll, and then you're like, oh, I can use my Bardic Inspiration that I got. Whoa! And that potentially turns it into a hit, because sometimes you're only a few numbers off. It makes Bardic Inspiration feel a lot more useful and makes bards feel a lot cooler by just being like, here, use this, and like, be better. It's so great. Better than being like, I gave you D6 3 rounds ago. Do you want to? Okay, cool. All right. You know what? I'll just go swords and use it on myself. Also, they're saying you can hoard it. You can only have one at a time, I'm pretty sure. That's not a hoard. That's just waiting. A big change delivered in a small number of words is the shift in which you can receive your bardic dice. With the 2014 version of Bardic Inspiration, a creature had to be able to hear you. In the 2024 rules, they can hear or see you. That's really funny. In the distance, you're just like, hit! You got this, man! You got it! You can do it! Pretend I'm fighting. What? I can't hear you. You're so far away that I can't hear you. Oh! Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. Now I can wonk. This is a big shift in the flavor representation of bards. If you think Bardic Inspiration sucks now, honey, you got a big storm coming. The class used to feel like it was largely for musicians, with other types of performers waiting in the wings to fill the ensemble. Wow, so beautifully written. But this shift in the language could encourage you to follow your own bardic inspirations, even if you can't carry a tune. Yeah, love that. I championed this a while ago, being like, bards don't need to just play music. That's silly. They should be like storytellers and artists and also inspiring leaders. That should be the whole point of the bard. Anyways, your bardic inspiration dice are still determined by your charisma modifier and still progress in the same order. So you get a d6 at level 1, a d8 at level 5, d10 at level 10, a d12 at level 15. Cool. I like this change. Except they took away the fact that it could be a reaction. I preferred that version so much more. I think this could be even better and something I may homebrew in the future in my games. We'll follow this rule, but also if an ally fails an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, you can reaction use your bardic inspiration. I think it's a good enough of a trade-off because the bardic inspirations are limited per short or long rest anyways, and the bard also has to use and save their reaction in order to do it. It can just make it feel a little bit more impactful and cause the bard to use them a lot more anyways. I find that could be really cool too. It's gonna be a really exciting moment when somebody misses their attack and then the bard is like, no! And it's like a kind of like a cutting word situation, which I think is a lot of fun. I like playing D&D at instant speed. Expertise. One of the prime appeals of playing a bard is their extreme competence. You know, that's probably good. That's probably good that they're adding that into the flavor of the class, that they're extremely competent. The combination of jack of all trades and expertise, both being bestowed at level 2, now means that your 2024 bard is leaning into their skill versatility earlier on in their career. You'll also get expertise for 2 additional skill proficiencies at level 9 instead of 10. And as much as I love that, they have done this with like every class. I like that we're getting expertise at level 2, making the bard even more of a skill monkey. Wizard, fighter, rogue all get expertise at like really low levels. So this is neat, but they are adding on the caveat that you are also getting jack of all trades. So yeah, valid. Song of Rest, level 2. One 2014 bard feature that did not make it to the 2024 version of Song of Rest. What? I didn't know this. Wait, what? Which restored extra hit points to the bard and allies if they spent a hit dice to regain hit points at the end of a short rest. The 2024 bard now gets earlier access to expertise, utility improvements to counter charm, and the major boost to magical secrets and fonts of inspiration. Why? This sucks. At least with Ranger, I'm gonna keep bringing up Ranger like we're still signing our divorce papers. At least with Ranger, they were explaining why the abilities were removed and they were just throwing in spells instead. They were like, you can still kind of do this, but with this spell instead. Not a good enough excuse. But with this one, they just dead ass removed it and went, the bard got buffed, so they don't need this anymore. What? It just adds on to more that below level 3 is kind of just weirdly unplayable. And not unplayable, I just mean less fun to play than in 2014. Because in 2014, you got lots of cool abilities from levels 1 to 3, and now they've kind of stripped a lot of those in favor for like abilities that are kind of base that upgrade later as you go on to really kind of harden the idea that levels 1 to 3 aren't real levels and you shouldn't play them. Just start the game at level 3 if you want to have all the stuff. Here, we even made it easier. We made it it so that you just get expertise. So it's just a little bit of extra character creation that you have to do in order to get to level 3. Dumb. I don't like it. I'm not going to spend this whole Bard video talking about why I like playing at level 1. Next Dungeon Delve episode, watch that and you can find out. Anyways, this sucks. I like Song of Rest a lot. I don't understand why they just remove it. That's silly. Bard subclass, level 3. The 2024 Player's Handbook presents 3 familiar subclasses for bards and 1 brand new one. The returning bard colleges are mostly unchanged with a few quality of life improvements. College of Dance. I'm really excited about this subclass. It is very cool. The brand new bard subclass focuses the bard's power over the magic of creation into physical art form. Dance. College of Dance bards boost their defenses when not wearing armor and use their bardic inspiration to fuel powerful unarmed strikes. That's super fun. I like that you can get a pseudo-monk unarmed strike fighter with College of Dance. I have read through it within the book, and I really like it. It's very interesting. A big thing that I'm noticing design-wise that they're doing with a lot of the classes and the subclasses in 2024 is focusing a lot on maneuverability and movement in the surrounding terrain. I think a crux of 2014 was that players have really cool abilities that were cool flavor or let them do interesting things, but for the most part, they always kind of equivocated to just doing damage. And after DMing 2014 D&D for a long time, I as a dungeon master had to get really creative about combats because most of the time everybody is just moving as close as they can to the enemy and then doing as much damage as they can to that enemy and not moving or not doing anything interesting. And now I feel like with a lot of 2024 focusing on maneuverability and creating cool abilities that don't necessarily do damage but let you just kind of boost other people in combat or give you a lot more options with your character, like having more skill proficiencies or having more or different types of spells or covering a vast variety of different types of character fantasy and flavor. There's a lot more that players are enticed to do in combat or outside of combat than just like doing the thing that makes us win. And that's really cool. I think that's a great design focus and philosophy to have with the book, which I am realizing as I read more of it. College of Glamour. The Feywild-infused magic of this bard subclass replaces the 2014 Enthralling Performance with Beguiling Magic, which adds Charm Person and Mirror Image to your prepared spell list and gives you a chance to bestow the Charmed or Frightened effect on a creature that sees you cast an enchantment or illusion spell within 60 feet of it. Also, Mantle of Inspiration now grants temporary hit points equal to 2 times the number rolled on your Bardic Inspiration die instead of a flat number. Okay, that's cool. In addition, Mantle of Majesty can now be regained by expanding a 3rd level spell slot. Finally, Unbreakable Majesty can cause the attacker to miss instead of changing targets. Wow, it seems generally like pretty much a buff. College of Lore. When these studious bards use Bardic Inspiration to activate cutting words, your roll is no longer impacted by whether the creature can hear you or if they're immune to being charmed. That's cool. Also, Peerless Skill now doesn't expend the Bardic Inspiration on a failure. Yes, Peerless Skill, an ability I remember. Peerless Skill, guys, it's the ability where you can use Bardic Inspiration on yourself, but only for ability checks. At 14th level. It sucks. But their new College of Lore says that it doesn't expend the Bardic Inspiration on a failure. Whoa, we've bumped the game. I wonder if it's on D20 tests now. That would make it really good. But also, it's level 14. Like, it's still not that great. It's still an ability check. This ability sucks. Ooh, guys, I failed a persuasion check. Now watch as I maybe succeeded. That's dumb. I'm getting expertise at level 2. Finally, Magical Discoveries has been rewritten, like Magical Secrets, and allows you to replace the chosen spell whenever you gain a bard level. So they didn't. They completely rewrote an ability. So the old one used to be called Additional Magical Secrets. At 6th level, you learn 2 spells from your choice from any class. A spell you choose must be of a level you can cast as shown on the bard table or a cantrip. The chosen spells count as bard spells for you and blah, 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 blah. So yeah, this is Scanlan getting Bigby's hand. That's what this is. But now you have Magical Discoveries. You learn 2 spells of your choice. These spells can come from the Gluid. The Gluid? Yes, the Gluid. I use wild shape, not to turn into an animal, but to create strange arts and crafts and glue them together. These spells can come from the cleric, druid, or wizard spell list, or any combination thereof. A spell you choose must be of a cantrip or a spell for which you have the spell slots, as shown in the Bard Features table. You always have the chosen spells prepared, and whenever you gain a Bard level, you can replace one of the spells with another spell that meets these requirements. It's the same thing, except they rewrote it and gave it a different name. It's crazy. It's like that's what the thing said. Reading comprehension! College of Valor. These scalds can now use a simpler martial weapon as a spellcasting focus. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome, actually. That's fun flavor stuff. You can be like, it's my sword, actually. Hiya! In addition, when a College of Valor Bard gets an extra attack at level 6, you can now cast a cantrip that has a casting time of an action in place of one of those attacks. Oh yeah, we gonna be out here hitting with a sword and then casting Vicious Mockery. They also, they buffed Vicious Mockery. It does 1d6 damage instead of 1d4. That's pretty cool. That was very much needed. Praise be. Font of Inspiration. Font of Inspiration is always turned up. Oh my god. Font of Inspiration has always turned up the volume on Bardic Inspiration by restoring expended uses after completing a short rest in addition to a long rest. The 2024 Bard accompanies that with another additional way for Bards to recover expended Bardic dice. Ooh. Once you reach level 5, you can expend a spell slot to regain a use of Bardic Inspiration. This does not cost an action, so you can choose to use it when you want to expend the Bardic dice. That is... yes, that is a thing you can do. This new detail is a single sentence in the 2024 Player's Handbook, but it has a big impact. Bardic Inspiration has always been the backbone of a Bard build, but the limited number of uses meant that a Bard player would have to be sparse with their Bardic dice between rests. That is true, but now they're even more useful, so you're gonna want to get them back a lot more now. Now players have a lot more freedom to decide how they want to go about their business. If you want to... if you want to focus on casting spells, you can. But if you build a bard based around the functions of Bardic Inspiration, such as a College of Dance Bard who uses Bardic Inspiration to feel your features. Dang, that was kind of bars. That almost sounded like that. You could have read that like Lin-Manuel Miranda, and it would have sounded musical. If you want to focus on casting spells, you can. But if you build a bard based around the functions of Bardic Inspiration, such as a College of Dance Bard who uses your Bardic Inspiration to fuel your features. Yes! The combination of this new Font of Inspiration with Bardic Inspiration dice now being expended after the roll fails encourages Bard players to use, rather than hoard, their Bardic dice. Okay, so that was a whole lot of I didn't understand that. We're gonna read it. Font of Inspiration. You now regain all your expended uses of Bardic Inspiration when you finish a short or long rest. In addition, you can expend a spell slot to regain a Bardic Inspiration. The old one, beginning when you reach 5th level. Why is it written like that? You regain all uses of Bardic Inspiration when you finish a short or long rest. Okay. So they wrote all of this to basically say that you get Bardic Inspiration on a short rest, and you can use a spell slot to get one back. Which is really cool if you're a dance bard and you use it a lot. Cool. Counter Charm. Oh my god, it's Counter Charm. Guys. It's time for Counter Charm. This ability sucks ass. We all know it sucks ass. It's bad. It's never been good, and I don't like it. And I really hope they changed it. Don't worry, I'll Counter Charm. Counter Charm has moved from level 6 to level 7. We are not off to a good start, but the upgrade and what the feature does is well worth the wait. 1 level? Why didn't you just tell me what the why? What? There has to be like a spell or ability or something that somebody gets at 7th level and they wanted to make it on par with that or something. Come on, give the bards 1 W and let them have it at level 6. What is the big deal behind it with level 6 and level 7? Jacob, does it really matter? No, it doesn't. The 2014 Bard's Counter Charm took an action and would last until their next turn, granting advantage to allies on their saving throws against being frightened or charmed. So you had to really hope an enemy tried to frighten or charm your party to feel like it was worth activating this feature instead of attacking or casting a spell. That's actually funny, and that is true. You'd basically counter charm and be like, I hope somebody gets afraid soon. You're like hoping it happens so that they get advantage. It's so bad. The 2024 Bard's Counter Charm is a reaction. And you don't have to use it again until you or an ally fails their saving throw against an effect that applies at frightened or charmed condition. Your ally then gets to re-roll their save with advantage. That means with your counter charm, your allies now have up to 3 chances to succeed on their save against being charmed or frightened. That is correct, because they would get 1 chance with their first roll, and then you as a reaction would let them roll again with 2 more dice. This is really good. Plus, this feature doesn't have a limited number of uses, so it can be used each round when you or one of your party members are being talked into joining a vampire's cult, like the Lost Boys. This is awesome. I love this. This is great. It doesn't have uses. It's a reaction. It's at level 7 for some reason. We lost Song of Rest for some reason. But this is cool. This is great. This makes it feel really powerful and fun. You get like a bunch of rerolls. That's a cool way to do this. Good. Magical Secrets level 10. Magical Secrets also sees a buff from his 2014 counterpart. Instead of getting 3 chances to access another class's spell list at fixed level intervals, Magical Secrets now lets you select spells from the Cleric, Druid, or Wizard spell list every time you can add to your prepared spell list and have them count as Bard spells. Yo! That's cool. That's awesome. You just get a giant repertoire of spells. That's sick. Now that I'm reading this, they're getting so many spells now, counter terms of reaction. You know what? Take away the Song of Rest. I can hear Jeremy Crawford now being like, these are great buffs, everybody, but I hate that Song of Rest. This means that from Bard levels 10 through 20, you can choose spells from 4 different classes. Yay! Superior Inspiration, level 18. Okay, at this point, it better be like, you can use your inspiration to make God die. Superior Inspiration moves from level 20 to 18 and gets a boost. Yippee! The 2014 Superior Inspiration allowed you can regain 1 bardic inspiration when you roll initiative. Whoa! That was the original one. I'm glad that's at level 18 now, even though that is still a terrible ability. And when I say it's a terrible ability, I don't mean I don't want the ability. I mean that for the power level that I'm at and the level up that I'm gonna get, when I go from 17 to 18 and I read that that's what I get now, I'm going, oh, what? That's how it feels like a terrible ability. It's useful, I get, okay, cool, it's useful. In the 2024 version of Superior Inspiration, you regain up to 2 uses of Bardic Inspiration. And if you have 1 use, you'll get an extra. But if you have none, you'll get 2. Wow! Cool! Yay! Epic Boon, level 19. Epic Boons are now Words of Creation, level 20. Your new level 20 feature really plays up the idea that the Bard has mastered the magic of creation to the point where they have power over life and death. And so, they get to get all their bardic inspirations back when they roll initiative. Ooh, that's not, did you think that was the ability for a second? Did you think that for a second? Because I would expect that. For me, I would expect that. No, the actual ability is that they said that there's no ability because you can just cast a spell that feels like that. You can just cast like Power Word Kill or something, and they're, ooh, isn't that cool? I mean, you can already do that, but now you can do it. Like, we just gave it to you so you can have a different spell if you want. Doesn't that feel awesome? Anyways, to the point where they have the power over life and death. Words of Creation adds 2 of the most powerful. I was joking. I actually didn't know this. Are you serious right now? No, this is not what I meant. 2 of the most powerful level 9 ability spells to your prepared spell list. Power Word Kill and Power Word Heal. Bards can manipulate this power so well that you could potentially use it on 2 targets. Words of Creation allows you to cast these at level 9 spells on a second creature within 10 feet. It's not even 2. It's 2 within 10 feet. If they're 15 feet apart, it doesn't work. I'm being pranked. This is dumb. It's like they were like, all right, we'll take the crappy ability and put it at level 18 and make it a little better. I mean, the bard can't have a cool level 20 ability. Let's just give them something that already exists, except it's a little better. And you can take some other 9th level spell. What this does is it goes, oh cool, I have those. All right, now I can pick out 2 other spells. You're at level 20. You should just be like, you can cast this always, forever, all the time, and it's not a prepared spell. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna be real about it. Why do I think this is dumb? I get the design decision to go in and go, we have this idea that bards are thematically around the words of creation, and that's where they gain their spells and their power. The power word spells are thematic for the bard, so we want to give them to the bard so that they can use it constantly and be good at using them. That makes sense, and I think that is cool. However, this being a capstone ability doesn't make sense because it's still extremely limited. When you're hitting level 20 in this class, you are becoming the apex of what a bard can be. You just have 2 9th level spells that you can cast a little better than somebody who already has them. A wizard can also do this, except they just don't do it twice. So it doesn't feel very impactful when you hit level 20 and you're the 20 level bard who can do all these crazy things, and your final ability that you get is just some spells that already exist in the game. To be fair, they're very powerful spells, and it's great that you can do this, but I would have expected something more like, you have access to every power word spell, and you can change what they are every day, and when you cast them, they're a hell of a lot stronger. Like, they do double the amount of damage, or you can do it from 200 hit points or something like that. I'm not asking for the world. I'm not saying that it needs to be like the craziest ability that unbalances the game or anything. There's just not a lot of oomph with this. It's just like Ranger level 20, where it's like, now your Hunter's Mark's a D10. Whoa! The most a ranger could ever be in our book, and this is what you get. And it's frustrating because it's very obvious that they know how to write really cool, powerful level 20 abilities with the other classes. And while this is still really powerful, it's like, okay, cool. I can already take power word kill and just cast it. Why just having it already prepared, and then I can do it to 2 people? It's just meh. It's just eh. I think overall, the point of what they're doing with this class is they are making it this class can do everything, which is accurate to the identity of the class, apparently. I argued with everybody about this a long time ago, but I don't know, maybe it's just me. I like having classes having their own identity, but I get that this class's identity is that it just does what everybody else does. I like that you can use Bardic Inspiration more. I like the subclass changes. I don't like that they took away Song of Rest. That's stupid and dumb. It doesn't seem like it was that much of a balance difference. What even? Why even? Like, it wasn't even that great of an ability. It was just kind of nice, and it's gone. Good that they changed level 20 ability to now being level 18 and a little better, but then they give us a new level 20 ability that is cool, but not, like, amazing. It's fine. So that's how I feel about Bard. Bard's fine. Yep. Cool. Bardic Inspiration is better. That's honestly my favorite part. What do you think? What do you think about new Bard? Let me know in the comments. I would love to read how everybody else is reacting to this one. I know that they've buffed a lot of the spells, and it seems like they've kind of encapsulated more of like what the Bard is, which I think is cool, but yeah. All right, anyways, I'm gonna go edit the next Dungeon Delve video, so hope you guys are ready for that one, and I'll see you guys next time. This has been XP Level 3 with a brand new Bard. Make sure to jump up in the air and click your little heels together if you're super excited for another video coming out sometime soon. Okay, see ya!
Things are going to start moving very quickly now, which might sound strange because to you, things haven't been moving at all. But I'm back. From where? You don't need to know. You don't get to know. Actually, I don't have time to tell you. It's a very long story. Movie stuff. I thought I'd be gone a week. I wasn't. I didn't plan for that. But much like most things this year, plans haven't quite gone as they should have. And I'm here to tell you about another plan. I've got another one. Man, it is an actual long story of what I was doing and where I was even be where I was. Do I seem different? Because I feel different. I feel great. It was wonderful and terrible at the same time. Really long story. Lots of highs, lots of lows, lots of movie stuff. So on October 18th, Edge of Sleep is coming out. I'm not going to bury the lead on this one. That is what it is. And that's all part of the plan. Where?
You don't get to know.
Actually, you probably would like to know, but I can't tell you for some reason. I don't know why. We're legally not allowed to say where it's coming out until the day it comes out. I don't know. There was always this plan from the very beginning. It's like, hey, you're a YouTuber, right? You have an audience. Oh, man, this seems like a natural fit. Do a show, your audience will watch it. Bingo bongo, everything will be fine. Plans never go that way, apparently. Even though they would go that way. Like, they would go that way. It's clearly... It would have gone that way. You guys have proven yourself over and over again that it would go that way. If I say, hey, there's this thing, you actually exist. For some people out there, they seem to think that creators don't have an audience. And I'm sure for some, they don't. It's all made up numbers and stuff like that. But Edge of Sleep is actually coming out. And on whatever mystery platform it's coming out on, a challenge was put forward to me. If Edge of Sleep can get into the top 10, then that can open doors. What that means, I don't know. It opened doors. That doesn't sound like anything concrete, but, you know, I've opened a lot of doors in my life, and I don't have any problem with opening more. Because the doors that is going to open are going to open for Iron Lung, which is something that I have been working on for way too long. I was in a warehouse that was no air conditioning in the middle of Texas, not summer, of fall. And it was so hot. It was so unbelievably hot. And I was working on it for a month by myself in a warehouse for a month in the heat, and I loved it. I loved every part of it. And there were some terrible days, and I hated it. I did both. You know, I've put everything I have into this, and it's given me like so much. I've learned so much making it, and I've grown as a person and as a creator. I've grown, which is the only thing I've ever wanted ever since I started doing this. I've only ever wanted to improve what I can do, or at least even know that I could do something in the first place. You know, that was why I started YouTube, was because I didn't feel like I had any control over my life. And if I didn't do something for myself, then I didn't know who I was going to be. And so now here I am, however many years later, and I actually can do these things. And I did. Not just by myself. I was alone in a warehouse for a month trying to make it better, you know, trying to improve it, because the reason why it's taken so long is such a long story. It would take much longer than we have to tell it. And it's, you know, it's not pertinent to specifically the plan. So I'll leave it at that for now, and I will tell that story at a later date. But I just want you to see it. I want you to have the chance to see it and see it right. You know, I want to prove to myself, not to anyone else really. I don't care what anyone else thinks. No one's a worse critic than myself, especially when I am alone in a warehouse at 11 o'clock and I have forgotten to eat, and then by the time I try to order some food, all the places are closed, so I gotta go drive and get Taco Bell again. Which is not bad, I don't mind it, but it's just like every day it's not gonna be good for my health. So I feel greasy amongst all the sweat. Anyway, not important. What is important is that I'm really proud of it. I'm really proud of it, and I know I'm probably, you know, I'm being too open about. I'm often too open about a lot of things, but I'm asking you directly about this because no one's gonna care if we're trying to game the system and get it into the top 10. I just want you to watch it. I just want you to enjoy it. But there was a challenge put in front of me. There was a plan that was made. And you know what I said to him? And this is, again, a little too open and honest. When I heard that I needed to get it into the top 10, I said, truly honestly, I said, only the top 10? And I shouldn't have said that because, you know, I don't want to move the goalpost when something seems a little easier than it should be. But I know what you can do. and I know what you've done before. And all I had to do was be naked for this. But all I'm doing right now is working my ass off to make the best movie I possibly can because I want to. I never wanted anything more. I don't care about it being successful. I've just wanted to make this what it should be. And what's crazy is I already know the next thing that I want to do. I always do. Like, I always do. I know what I want to make next before the current one's even done, because I want to take all the lessons that I've learned and apply it to something bigger, and then put more challenges in front of myself so that I can push myself to try to learn something. And that's kind of the self-defeating cycle that'll catch up to me someday, but it hasn't caught me yet because I keep kicking open these doors that keep allowing me more room to run. And so, yeah, that's the plan. Did you get a plan out of that? I don't know if that was very clear. The plan is Edge of Sleep is coming out on the 18th of October in exactly 18 days, depending on when this video is posted, but from when I recorded it, and I'm just going to edit and put it up right away afterwards, it's coming out on a mystery website that I'll tell you when it comes out, then and there. All you gotta do is watch it, enjoy it, get it in the top 10. That's it. That really is it. Just the 10th spot, not number 1. We don't have to dethrone Joe Rogan. I don't know, man. It's gonna be like 9 other of the most incredible, award-winning shows are gonna boom, boom, boom on that day. I know that's what's gonna happen, but I'm asking. Drop whatever you're doing that day. Just put it on. Enjoy it. Watch it. Re-watch it. Stuff through it. Not because it's bad. It's kind of a depressing story. If you've listened to the podcast, you might know what I'm talking about. But yeah, check it out. I guess if you discover where it is beforehand, that's perfectly fine. If you get a jump start on it, that's all good. As far as I know. Ask for forgiveness. Yeah, but enjoy it wherever it appears. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I am sorry for this departure. I have this weird thing where I can't shift into a different mindset while I'm in such a hyper-focused mindset on something else. When I have this panic in my soul that, like, I have to dedicate my entire being into something or else it will crumble to ash. Yeah, when I get that, I can't really do anything else. And so that's kind of what happened here. And then it gets to the point where I'm just like, man, I don't even know what I'd say. Especially if I'm in the middle of it. Especially if I'm like, well, I can't come back for a bit. So I always wait until I'm actually back before I say anything at all because, you know, number 1, I can't concentrate on it. And number 2, you know, I'd actually be back. But I am. So weird. Sorry, it's just really weird. All of this. It's pretty cool, though. Shockingly, I have more work to do. Turns out people don't like it when you turn your phone off for a few weeks and tell them to fuck off and don't bother me with bullshit I don't care about. That's just like, you know, I'll be jumping up and down from the rafters, just shaking people, being like, "Let me make something great for you." Not you guys. You're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. This is other people. Just someone in a, you know, a real fancy suit, just like, "Let me make you money. Let me make you money." You know. October 18th, Edge of Sleep comes out. Watch it. Top 10. That's the goal. Top 10. You know. If it goes higher, that's even better. You know, it's kind of like a thing where it's like, if it's higher, it's any better. But the goal has only been set at top 10. So I think that we can conquer that pretty easily. So let's aim for that. And then wherever it lands in your fervor, that's good too. All right. And then after that, yeah. Iron Long. I can't wait for you to see that. You're not ready. You're not ready. You're not ready. Okay. Anyway, thank you. As always, I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye!
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. In the United States, we used to have something called the Bill of Rights and the amendments to the United States Constitution. One of them, the 7th Amendment, goes as follows. In suits at common law where the value and controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of common law. AKA, if somebody fucks you, you have the right to take them to court in order to demand restitution. Did they break the law? Did they do something wrong? If they did break the law and do something wrong, you could hold them accountable and responsible for their actions, whether they are an individual or a business. That is the way this country used to work, back when we had laws that were worth a shit, back when we had people who actually had our interests in mind when running for public office, back when things actually worked and we weren't just stuck with culture war after culture war after culture war and arguing with each other over minutia while everybody gets fucked. That is not the way things are today. And because things are the way they are, you can have an individual die at a restaurant in Disney World, and then because they used a free trial for a streaming app to watch television or something, they're not allowed to actually sue and hold them accountable or responsible for killing their wife. Whether or not you think they should be held accountable or responsible, that is for a court to decide, not somebody that Disney pays to be their own kangaroo court. This is something that's getting worse and worse, and it's something that came to Uber recently. Somebody had a daughter that ordered food using Uber Eats using their parents' phone. And because of that, they agreed to forced arbitration. What does that mean? When their parents get into a car accident because their Uber driver runs a red light and T-bones another car, they can't sue. Apparently, you don't have rights anymore in this country. The 7th Amendment has been erased by any company that has something in a 147-page end-user license agreement that nobody reads. And even if you did read it, you would have to opt out of most of society nowadays because everything from your sock company to your bank to car manufacturer, everybody has this garbage in there. Video games, baby monitors, everything. I want to go over the details of this case because in my opinion they're disgusting and they demonstrate why the law needs to change. So I am going to link the court document down below. I suggest that you read the court's opinion rather than all the news articles on it because you'll get a little bit more information that way. I'm going to read you some of the cliff notes. So this was at the intersection of State Highway 130 and State Highway 522. Ms. Zhang ran a red light and T-boned a vehicle operated by Peralta, which was owned by Feliz de Paz. I'm so sorry for mispronouncing and butchering all your names. As a result of the collision, Zhang's vehicle sustained extensive damage. Zhang's vehicle was the Uber driver. One of the things you may have heard me say a lot in New York City is that I try to avoid Uber drivers because they are I'll just say, they're murderers. I mean, the frequency with which these individuals do not use turn signals, ever. I always assume when I see certain plates that I am going to die. I stay far away from their cars because I don't want to be a victim of any of this. The fact that an Uber driver went through a red light and T-boned somebody else does not surprise me one bit, particularly in New Jersey. Georgia McGinty suffered cervical and lumbar spine fractures, rib fractures, and other injuries. John McGinty sustained a fractured sternum and fractures to his left arm and wrist. Serious injuries because an Uber driver that wasn't properly vetted, because let's be real, what vetting actually occurs to an Uber driver, went through a red light and almost got them killed. One of the things I find amazing here is how Uber throws their contractors, which are, let's be real, for the most part are actually like employees, under a bus here. Nowhere in this court document or opinion are they saying that the driver themselves should be the one that is not put into court. They're saying that they're the ones that should not be put into court. Now, you may think, well, the driver's the one that actually did it, but again, this just comes down to the way the agreement is written. That's the point I'm trying to get across. Uber cares about protecting Uber. They do not care about protecting their employees. They do not care about protecting their contractors or their drivers. They simply want to cover their own ass. If the people that work for them get fucked, who gives a shit? We need to be the ones that don't get fucked. Again, I believe, just to be clear here, I believe that they all should have to deal with a court of law. The Uber driver and the company. I'm just trying to get across the complete lack of concern for anybody but themselves that this company has. Continuing, why is this legal? The Federal Arbitration Act 9 U.S.C. 1-16. This was cited. This is a law that came out in the mid-1920s that most companies just realized right now they can use to fuck over most Americans out of their 7th Amendment rights. I imagine when this came out, something tells me when this came out, every single company in the United States was not trying to screw over their consumers all at once. This is why we need Congress to act and amend this, delete this, do something, figure something out here so that Disney cannot say people can die at restaurants on our properties and you can't hold them accountable because you used a Disney streaming app trial 5 years ago. Quote, the motion court denied Uber's motion to compel arbitration, finding that the arbitration agreement contained in the December terms was unenforceable under Adelise versus U.S. Legal Services Group in 2014. There's a bunch of other random numbers and letters there that I'm not a lawyer, I'm not going to read that. The court noted that the arbitration agreement, quote, failed to clearly and unambiguously inform the plaintiff of her waiver of the right to pursue her claims in a judicial forum. The court determined that it was unclear that arbitration is a substitute for the right to seek relief in our court system, and by agreeing to this provision, the parties have waived their right to a court action. So this was something that was decided by a lower court. It was the appellate court that decided that they must seek arbitration. So the lower court was looking at this and thinking, okay, there's the letter of the law, but there's the spirit of the law. And the spirit of the law says this is not really that clear. Now, why did they see it as not that clear? It's because Uber changed their terms of service between January 2021 and December 2021, and the lower court's argument is that the agreement changed in a way that was just kind of less clear. So let's read it. So in January 2021, it said very, very clearly in the beginning, you acknowledge and agree that you and Uber are each waiving the right to a trial by jury. Very clear. December 2021, you and Uber agree that any dispute, claim, or controversy in any way arising out of or relating to, continuing your access to or use of these services at any time, or incidents or accidents resulting in personal injury that you allege occurred in connection with use of your services will be settled by binding arbitration between you and Uber and not in a court of law. So they're saying the same thing. Both of these are really kind of saying the same thing, except in one case, it is made blunt and blatantly clear. Whereas in the second one, they're saying it, but it's just not as obvious. Now, the problem that I have here, to be clear, just to put this is my opinion, not what's coming from the trial or any of the court notes. It's not that they change it to make it slightly less clear. I don't blame Uber for that. I blame our government for that. For the fact that arbitration in this way, shape, or form is legal to begin with. The fact that you can deny people their Seventh Amendment right, to me, that's the problem. It's not whether Uber said it over here or Uber said it over here. And I do appreciate what the lower court was doing by trying to talk about the spirit of the law rather than just the letter of the law. And they did cite cases over here to try and make it clear that you need to have this be clear and not ambiguous in any way, shape, or form if you want to take away people's Seventh Amendment rights. And I understand that. If you want to just take a part of the Bill of Rights and just take your little eraser and just do this to it, you need to be very, very clear when you're doing that. So Uber did change their terms, but they changed the wording of it more than they changed the actual meaning of it. The last point here is the fact that their daughter agreed to it. Again, to be clear, this to me is a red herring. It shows how ridiculous forced arbitration is, but this is going to be controversial here. I actually don't care that it's the daughter that agreed to it, not the mother, because if the daughter was the one that hit agree or accept on these terms, how are you going to prove that the daughter hit it rather than the mother hitting agree? My problem is not the fact that the daughter hit it versus the mother. My problem is that this is even legal because our United States consumer protection law and our Congress is so bad that they are asleep while the Seventh Amendment to the Constitution is being stepped on by almost every company in the S&P 500. That's the real problem. Further, if you wanted to prove that I was the one that signed it and not somebody else, how are you going to do that? Are you going to say every time I sign an end user license agreement that I need to have this done at a notary for me to use an app? How are you going to do this? Are you going to require that I put my identification up next to my cell phone? Are you going to have my camera like this? Do I have to have my camera turned on and have a picture of me sent over here next to a picture of today's newspaper and my ID before I agree to an end user license agreement? That is something that some people do. I believe, I forget, some crypto exchange that required that I do that stuff, but right over here, the mother could clearly just be saying the dog ate my home to try and deal with getting out of the forced arbitration thing. I don't think that the court that's something that the court can consider because there's absolutely zero way of proving it. Nor do I think that there should be a way of proving it because that means every single time I click accept when I install an application, I have to hold up my ID and a webcam to prove that I am actually me. That is insanely invasive and I want nothing to do with that if I'm installing a calendar application on my cell phone or I'm buying socks that have a forced arbitration agreement. I don't want to show my ID at Walmart so that I can purchase socks when they have a forced arbitration agreement because I have gone over on this channel how they do have forced arbitration for socks. The problem at the end of the day is at the top. It's the fact that this even exists. It's the fact that it's legal to begin with. That is the part that I find completely disgusting. The best part of this case, in my opinion, besides everything else, is something that I haven't seen talked about in any of the news articles, which is the third-party beneficiary provision. This arbitration agreement shall be binding upon and shall include any claims brought by or against any third parties, including but not limited to your spouses, heirs, third-party beneficiaries and assigns where their underlying claims arise out of or relate to your use of the services. This is the part where it comes around full circle to my original point. It doesn't matter who signed this agreement. That is, again, a red herring, because at the end of the day, somebody like her uncle could have signed this agreement. She still can't sue. It doesn't matter. They are trying to say that this forced arbitration agreement applies to every Tom, Dick, and Harry in your life, regardless of whether or not they had any knowledge of this agreement. I cannot agree to have my 7th Amendment rights denied to me because somebody else signed an agreement that they didn't even read. That's not how this works. You should not be able to take away the 7th Amendment right of any American, much less this. This is insane. Again, let me just reread this. This arbitration agreement shall be binding upon and shall include any claims brought by or against any third parties, including but not limited to your spouses, heirs, third-party beneficiaries and assigns, where their underlying claims arise out of or relate to use of the services. So if you sign a forced arbitration agreement for your LG refrigerator, and there is a little sniper rifle hidden in that refrigerator, and it shoots me while I am at your house, and now I am crippled because your refrigerator has shot me. I cannot sue LG because you signed a forced arbitration agreement that you didn't even sign, that was in the side of the box, that was thrown away by the delivery people when you bought the fucking refrigerator. This is the world that we live in. I did a video on LG and forced arbitration. Check it out. Because they had the forced arbitration agreement on the side of the box, when you signed for the refrigerator, when they let it into your house, apparently that constitutes agreeing to that, in spite of the fact that every delivery man I've ever met, when having an LG refrigerator brought in through a standard home doorway, throws away the box before you can see it. If a company can erase elements of the Bill of Rights, does the Bill of Rights actually matter? And if your politicians and the people that you elect locally do not scream about this, if your senators and your House representatives do not care, what does that say for them? Something to think about. Something to think about. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'm going to link to the court opinion down below, and you tell me what your thoughts are on all of this. I highly suggest contacting your Senate representative as well as your House of Representatives representative and tell them what you think of this. And tell them how it's going to affect your voting, both in the primary and a general election, if they don't do something about it. See you all in the next video. Bye now.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today we're talking about some YouTube comments spam. Now ladies and gentlemen, you might be like, whoa, why are you talking about this one, Muda? Well, one post that I actually saw in our community Reddit, and also some issues that I've been seeing for the last couple weeks really, and a big part of tomorrow's video actually, had to be a little bit delayed, but yeah, it was one of these situations regarding YouTube comment section spam where he started to read actual messages like, young Brian Hall, Susan, Martin, Jessica. So you might be like, whoa, how do you notice this? Well, as somebody that likes to read the comments of my videos, and I think reading comments is important, one of the reasons why I think, channels really don't, succeed more than like a year or two at times is they don't actually read what their communities are writing. It's the best place for constructive criticism, and honest to God, if you don't read your comment section, what connection do you really have with the community? And that's why I prioritize reading the comments as much as I logically can. But for example, one video that I posted, Why Keffels is a Complete Fraud, 4 months ago, a video that went pretty popular, a main channel video that was, doing really well. One of the chains of comments that I started to see in the last several days, and this has been going on for a couple weeks now, which is a little alarming, is these sets of random, usernames on YouTube posting in random names. Davis, Charles, Jones, Brenda, Clark, George, Lopez, Jason, Anderson, James, Martin, Brenda. So yeah, these random, first, last names, just names in general, are getting posted in. And if you open up some of these actual accounts here real quick, you'll notice that, for the most part, these are just random no-name accounts that literally have been made about this year, okay? So there's one guy with 1 subscriber, then you go to this other channel with literally just 1 subscriber. All of this was made in August 30th, 2018. Literally just accounts taking up YouTube server space for no real fucking reason other than actually annoying people in comment sections. But then it started to get even weirder. For instance, this one account also posted a random address. So 545 blank 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 drive. So immediately opening up this account, it was literally just part of this 1 subscriber random bot account nonsense. So why is it that YouTube channels are suddenly posting full names and addresses in just comment sections? It's actually like some weird dead internet theory stuff again, because literally, if you look through this comment section, it's like a good chunk of it is human, but then there's like a good double-digit percentage of this comment section literally run by fucking robots doing nothing to actually help fuel engagement, good engagement, to the video at hand. Now, I want to also start off by saying YouTube spam is not new, okay? Much like the fucking spam you see in your favorite MMO where people are just selling constant features, this has been around since the beginning of YouTube, okay? The beginning of this site. In fact, some of the earliest bits of actual spam were reasonably quite funny, okay? They were just like chain letters. So for instance, a random generic YouTuber or user would just post, in 1876, a young girl named Jen was walking down a river. An insane man killed her by stabbing her in the back and then hanging her in the closet. While he hanged her, he said, "Bukkake, bukkake. Now that you've read this message, she'll find you and her dead body will haunt your house for 5 years. Every night you go to sleep, she'll appear in your closet, hanging with her glowing red eyes." And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the simple explanation is just shut the fucking closet door, and yeah, you'll be fine with your life. Now, did this actually happen in reality to people? I'm gonna bet every single testicle I have on me, and there's only 2, that this never happened to anybody, okay? All right, and if it did, then I'll cut them right off. But of course, that's not the only set of YouTube chain letters. There's plenty of others. There's a whole list of actual chain letters. Some of them are pretty wholesome. There are 20 angels in this world, 10 are sleeping, 9 are playing, 1 is reading this. Aww. In 1342, a man sacrificed his life in the name of true love. Before he was beheaded, he yelled, "Mon Halit, dear Mustafa." Now that you read these holy words, you have 8 hours to repost this on 3 different videos, and you and the love of your dreams will find each other within 8 days. And if you should fail, this offer will never be available again. If you believe in the Lord, then this will freak you out. Seriously, sign up for this free link, www.bigchurch.com. Yeah, don't be clicking on random spam links in any of these comment sections, okay? That's just a recipe for identity fraud right there, boys. And you never want that happening to you. So obviously the comment spam just exacerbated over a while. 2 years ago, there was literally issues in regards to actual large channels having to deal with people putting WhatsApp scam into their comment section. I had to face this for a while, where literally people would impersonate my channel logo, channel name, and just get people to join random WhatsApps. Now, if you had, I would believe, an actual amount of common sense, you probably wouldn't do that, okay? Especially if you watch a channel like mine where I tell you a lot about just fucking gross scams all the time. And, you know, here's the thing. It's really meant to just be out there, and literally, if 100,000 people witness these, like, pieces of spam comments, but only 1 interacts, it is economically worth it for these guys to do it. Spamming and just posting this kind of stuff on sites literally does not cause any financial, like, you know, problems for these people. It's just how it works. So to go back to those names, right? Why is it that we went from funny chain letters, okay, bukkake, bukkake, to first, last name, and addresses being posted? Is there something fucking sinister? Well, there's one YouTuber by the name of 8G Modernism that actually discusses this in a quick 2-minute 40-second long video where they talk about what their running theory is for this exact thing.
Because I live for this kind of stuff, and there's definitely something suspicious going on here. For one, both accounts are basically brand new with no information, but let's take a closer look. I automatically pulled it for review where it has continued to sit for 5 hours. The second comment didn't have any words in my blocked list, so it was posted and then deleted about 15 minutes later. So you might reasonably ask yourself, why was the second posted comment deleted, but not the first? I tested this by making 2 comments with my other channel. Jessica is on the block list and Susan is not. When I go to the video page and my comment history, I can't actually see that one is not being shown. I had to look with a different account to see it's not there. But if the comment is missing from the comment section, it's a pretty obvious signal you found a word in the creator's block list.
Okay, so the explanation here is that the reason why names are being posted is because there's apparently a new wave of bots performing what is, I guess, in anybody's context called a brute force attack to identify names that are in blocked history. So one thing I want to start off by saying, if you ever see a deleted comment on my channel and you're like, wow, Mood, are you censoring me? I have never in my entire YouTube history, from my knowledge, ever actually censored anybody on my channel, okay? If you ever have noticed that your channel comment section got deleted, it is 100% the actual happenings of the YouTube auto moderation bot. So clearly YouTube is fighting moderation year after year, which is one of the reasons why when I talk about this, I am also in I understand YouTube's situation. As somebody that has dealt with software, understands how this stuff goes, it's not easy to constantly fight an army of spam bots that keep fighting with you to stay on the platform. So YouTube has an auto moderation filter, which if you put in a link or you maybe have some string of characters that is identified as spam, YouTube might trip your comment as a false positive and effectively have you removed from that entire video on my channel, which is not me removing it. It's just somehow you managed to trip YouTube's moderation bot and automatically got kicked out of it. Now, unless I go into the comment section myself, and sometimes I do, I can approve certain comments, but generally speaking, most creators don't go through an older video just to manually approve comments unless the situation is so alarmingly egregious, which thankfully over the last several years hasn't been a massive issue on YouTube. So what Modernism is referring to in this case is obviously every YouTuber has this block list, and I think it's good practice to put your address, your full name, and other sensitive information in this list. There's a good chance that there are actual fucking really unhinged people who, if you are the target of, would put your entire address, your personal information into that list. It's actually a practice that I've done since the creation of the deep web browsing series. For a while, there were a couple deep web websites that literally were all about just posting my personal information history. So whether I'd pissed somebody off or somebody was trying to get a laugh out of the situation, I followed a pretty simple guide of not engaging with trolling behavior like that would just exacerbate and Streisand into something bigger. And also, instead of having somebody escalate from having a onion link page to just spamming my entire comment section with my personal address and my name, or family members or anything, I just decided to put all of that into the block list. And that's why I never really have to worry about the doxing that happens. So what Modernism is saying is some of these bots who don't understand or know your full name are probably just using this spam to test for if a piece of actual personal information is belonging to that person, right? For instance, if my name doesn't show up in the comment section, then the actual spammer just knows that my actual full name might be the blocked words. So there's a good simple defense to this, and we call that just stuffing random shit into the block list, just to throw off these kind of scammers, right? But that also trips another massive issue as well. And that issue, ladies and gentlemen, is the Scunthor problem, which means that sometimes if you have too much in your spam filter, you might unintentionally block online content just because you're containing strings or substrings of letters that appear obscene or in your block list. So what you're seeing over here is a domain address known as shitakemushrooms.com, and it should become pretty relatively understandable why this is a problem. So let's say you had the word shit completely removed from your concept of word filters and whatnot, right? Let's say that was a big filter. All of a sudden, this URL, which literally could be about a set of mushrooms, could be blocked just like pornography or really anything vulgar. So obviously when you have such a heavy-handed block list, you come across situations like this, where ultimately this is the real example of why moderation is difficult, right? You can't go too heavy-handed, you have to use multiple methods of identification, because sometimes you're really just creating more false positives than you ought to be needing to, right? You want to block things that are malicious, not something that isn't. And this is a good example of what can happen when over-moderation steps in. So there really isn't a good, solid response to any of this kind of shit. Now, to give an idea, is this actually doxing? Is this going to be doxing towards creators? To give you an understanding, I don't know if that's necessarily the case that we can go with. Just because, like, if I applied it to literally myself, me being pretty public, like, people know my first and last name pretty well at this point, so a bot using that against me really doesn't make any sense, right? Like, everybody knows that my channel name belongs to a guy known as Mutahar. So why would you even try to do this in the first place? Now, obviously, does this mean her theory doesn't make any sense? Maybe it isn't actually people trying to find private information? No, I think it's actually a pretty decent theory, and honestly, I really think a focus, if you're worried about yourself being doxxed, is that generally speaking, there are far worse and sinister ways to get your information out there. One of them chiefly being, data brokers. So for anybody that doesn't have any idea, this was talked about like a couple of years ago by John Oliver, who discussed the idea of data brokers. And if I'm not mistaken, I think off the cuff, if I'm remembering wrong, please correct me. I believe it was actually him that kind of talked about the idea of like getting Congress's information. And I think that really freaked the government out, at least into going, maybe we should open a dialogue on these data brokers and discuss how much information they're able to pull off. Now, according to, and this is Kaspersky, but yeah, data brokers are effectively companies and entire organizations whose entire job it is to scrape information and grab and build profiles and sell that information for profit, okay? So anytime you have an online footprint and you wonder how doxxed am I? Well, think about how much you post to the internet in general, right? Amongst your name and numerous pen names you have on the internet, screen names or whatever. God, I feel old. But if you have multiple things that you're posting, right? It takes these companies time to basically grab all the shards of information you post, photographs, full names, addresses, stuff that might even be publicly available through the government at times, and amalgamate that into information that they sell for profit. And there's nothing that goes against anybody from going to these same data brokers and just purchasing actual information for advertising purposes and pulling actual doxes on individuals. If you ever think your personal information or private information is safe, literally do not Google yourself. It is the worst, most anxiety-like tipping advice that anybody can tell you. Because yes, your information is out there more than you would care to know. And it's why a lot of services offer free dark web monitoring services, because literally, this information is grabbed and in certain cases is sold on the dark web for, a good chunk of change, provided how much information you have and how valid all that information can be. Yes, there are people that are willing to pay for it just so they can specifically target people for scams and spams and severely deceptive practices, which is something that YouTube's terms of service really ends up is being against. But when it comes to the comment section, I want to see just a bit more moderation put onto it. I've already talked about YouTube's shitty ad system and how many bad parties abuse it, but the amount of actual abuse going on in the comment section is very alarming, and it just keeps escalating day by day, year by year, proving that dead internet theory to be very true. Now, thankfully, there have been creators like Theo Joe, who has apparently made a YouTube spammer purge bot. Now, I'm not recommending you guys use this in any capacity, because it does give permissions, even if you can limit some of those permissions to your YouTube channel. And I don't actually know if this is entirely allowed by YouTube's own terms of service regarding third-party extensions, add-ons, or behaviors. But yes, Theo Joe developed a bot that actually is designed to help fight against comment spam on your actual system. My only thing by showing this is that if there is actually some proper solution that a YouTuber has made, maybe YouTube's higher staff or their security or moderation team should reach out to Theo Joe and see what he's doing that's a little bit different than them, and see if there's not one way that these two teams can meet in the middle and actually provide a better, safer platform for all of us YouTubers and the people watching our content, okay? And that's one of the things I do strive for. Look, I'm not going to forever be uploading videos on YouTube, but I would like the platform to be better than when I started. And I think that's a noble goal that every YouTuber should actually stick with. So one of the things that is highly illegal in this situation, and one of the real things to watch out for, and it's been covered by me, by Moist Critical, by D'Angelo Wallace, by plenty of larger YouTubers, is something known as the CP spam bots on YouTube, which thankfully are being fought against, but it is an alarming bot that I think people need to really watch out for. See, on YouTube, there's plenty of channels that unfortunately share shit like this. I posted a preview of something known as Daisy's blah 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 on their page. And of course, they gave a full link in the description for their own channel service. So you have to go to their channel, you go to their description, and sometimes there could be a Discord page, which leads to an off-platform server where, unfortunately, illegal CP is advertised to be shared. Now, I want to preface this by saying that I don't know if there's anything illegal that is being shared on those Discord servers, because all I'm looking at is the advertising that's going. I have never seen an illegal piece of CP, nor will I ever want to, or will I. So I really can't confirm that what I'm being told here is actually 100% valid. It could just be, again, trolls that are advertising sharing real, known videos of child exploitation material. But it's one of those things where even if this is a modicum of real, right? Like if people are actually sharing it, because unfortunately, you know, people sharing illegal stuff on the internet is not uncommon. It's more common than you think. This should absolutely be targeted by YouTube, and it's not just targeted to be removed. If you ever see a comment like this, not only should you report it to YouTube, but you should report it at report.cybertip.org. directly to the NCMEC and even the FBI if you can. Because anybody that's willing to share illegal CSAM material like this, you know, there's probably a million more skeletons in their closet, none of them being good, that you should absolutely go for. And I think for YouTube, it's important to nip this problem in the ass before it escalates and gets even worse. I have seen this in my YouTube channel comments, and it's not something that I ever want to see again. And anytime I see it, it is genuinely some of the most disturbing and disgusting shit one has to... It actually is day-ruining stuff. Now, if you're worried about the internet, ladies and gentlemen, dying on you and basically causing you to be doxxed down the road, especially if you're an emerging YouTuber by these people in your comment section, I don't really think you should worry too terribly much. The method of attack that they're using will probably require more server space on YouTube to run just in comment section alone before they ever drag an actual name hit. But I think it is an alarming trend, and I don't think the theory is necessarily too far off. If you do, however, feel that your information is at risk, or you are worried about being doxing, I do think it's still a good idea to put your sensitive information into a blocked words list on your YouTube comment section. Because ultimately, no matter what, that'll prevent anybody else on your channel from actually seeing it. The only scary part of it is if this is part of a bot network that is out there to dox users, nothing stops them from figuring out your information and posting it on your YouTube channel in strings that wouldn't be picked up by the YouTube moderation bot, at least without some tinkering. That is the only fearful part that I really see. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a weird set of new bot spam that's been going on, and honestly, if it's meant to dox the creators, then I really do think that YouTube should maybe assess that and start removing some of these accounts. Maybe another like sub purge or a YouTube purge should happen, at least at a larger scale, because it's only a problem that's getting bad. It's not getting better, it's just getting more problematic, right? Like the amount of bot activity that I'm seeing on YouTube is escalating year after year. And that's something I really hope the platform charges at. But yeah, good video by HE Modernism, congratulations, it's a good theory. But yeah, why are these comment section spams happening? Why are these bots just putting in names and addresses? Hopefully it isn't too sinister, but it is somewhat sinister. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
shall serve as shepherd and minister.
places that actually exist. But historically, there's just 3 places that... Question. Where is the most beautiful place in all of Japan? Japan is a nation revered for its beauty around the world, with scenic sights that seem so perfect, so jaw-dropping. Surely they've been photoshopped. Until you witness them with your own eyes and realise these are real places that actually exist. But historically, there's just 3 places that stand out above all others, literally called the Nihon Sanke, the 3 views of Japan. The first is Matsushima Bay, a bay of no less than 250 islands, with towering pine trees glistening in the afternoon sun in the serene, calm waters of the Pacific. The second place is Itsukushima Shrine, the spectacular torii gate resting in the waters of Miyajima, an enchanting island in Hiroshima on the shores of Japan's inland sea. Now, I've been very lucky to visit both places on numerous occasions. The first time I went to Miyajima was actually 11 years ago. I went camping on the island, only to wake up at 7 AM to find a deer devouring all of my bags. As for Matsushima, I lived just 30 minutes away from it for over half a decade when I was in Sendai, and I can really attest to its beauty, having gone fishing there, and dare I say, having also gone camping there as well, with equally bad results.
You didn't even bring us a fucking pillow, you dick!
But what about scenic wonder number 3? Where is it? How is it? When is it? Scenic view number 3 is Amano Hashidate, literally Heaven's Bridge. What a name. A magnificent sandbar that stretches across the sea, over 3 kilometers long and covered in 7,000 pine trees. It really does look incredible, and yet I have never gone anywhere near Amano Hashidate. For the simple reason, it's pretty bloody remote, tucked away on the northern shores of Kyoto Prefecture, with just 1 direct train from Kyoto that runs twice daily, and a 2-hour-long train journey at that. And in fact, the only friend I know who visited Amano Hashidate said it was, and I quote, a little bit overrated. And so I've always kind of avoided it. Now, it was recently Natsuki's birthday, and as a birthday treat, I offered to take him anywhere he wanted to go for a video. It was a toss-up between Disneyland, the Marlboro cigarette factory, and Amano Hashidate, and Natsuki chose, believe it or not, Amano Hashidate. But I'm also sensing it's time for another eagerly awaited, abroad investigation. Let's go and find out just how overrated the 3rd most scenic spot in all of Japan really is. So here we are, guys, in the Men in Black headquarters, also known as Kyoto Station. You think when you arrive in Kyoto, oh, it'll be an old traditional building, wooden facade. No, it's a big monolithic postmodern nightmare. I kind of like it, but it feels like an anomaly in Kyoto. Speaking of anomalies in Kyoto, look who it is joining us on our journey.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Mr. Natsuki.
Men in Black style.
Men in Black style.
Wild West.
It's a different film.
I'm back again.
Yay! Back in Kyoto for 10 minutes.
Oh, quickly.
You gotta be quick, man.
I want a drink.
Oh yeah, we need a drink for the train ride. It's about a 2-hour train ride to Amano Hashidate. Do you want to grab a beer? Beer for the train ride?
Yeah, I want a beer.
Well, you can't because you're driving in Amano Hashidate. You're the driving. You're driving. And so begins our 2-hour journey from Kyoto Station. But even if Natsuki isn't allowed his precious beer, that certainly isn't going to stop him wasting his final 10 minutes before our train departs, single-handedly buying up an entire buffet. I've already bought half of Kyoto, and Natsuki's like, I want a sausage. We've got 6 minutes to get on the train. Run! I have 10 seconds on the fucking train depart. My God, this is the most stressful video I've ever shot. We made it alive. And we've got the whole train carriage to ourselves. There's nobody here.
For typhoon.
Because there's a typhoon coming and nobody's stupid enough to go anywhere during a typhoon. Yeah.
台風10号はこれまでに記録的な大雨をもたらしています。
I love these retro style trains though, right? This is like over 10 years old. And transform a teeny tiny table. This one is seriously confusing. It's like a fucking guillotine.
Yeah.
No! Ow! Ow! You bastard! Right, I need this. Non-alcoholic beer.
Oh
yeah.
Good friends.
Oh, yeah. Lucky us.
Zero.
Oh. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, cheers.
Yeah. 2 hours to Amano Hashidate with a broken hand now. Thank you, Natsuki. Oh. My fingers may be crushed, but my spirit certainly isn't. With 2 hours left on our journey through the picturesque countryside of rural Kyoto, I think it's time we examine just what makes today's destination special enough to be considered one of Japan's 3 most scenic views. Legend holds that the Japanese Adam and Eve, Izanagi and Izanami, created a ladder from the heavens into the world below, but then accidentally dropped it into the sea, creating the beautiful sandbar of Amano Hashidate. A fine tale indeed, and one that's rather fitting. But as Izanagi and Izanami dropped the ladder into the sea, so too does Natsuki drop his rice crackers all over the train carriage. He's 51 years old. After the 2-hour scenic journey across Kyoto's beautiful countryside, we finally arrive, and the first order of business is, of course, picking up the rental car. Or rather, maybe the second order of business, of course. It has been 20 seconds.
6 hours.
Since Natsuki got off the train.
Oh.
6 hours?
Oh.
And now it's time to get ourselves a rental car because it's a little bit tricky getting around this neighbourhood.
Ferrari?
Not a Ferrari.
Lamborghini?
Not a Lamborghini.
Oh, Aston Martin, your country.
Better than an Aston Martin. K-car, just for you.
Oh my God. Again. Oh, you always K-car.
You love
Why?
it, you love it.
Why?
It's your favourite.
Oh, Lamborghini.
I don't think you can get a Lamborghini in Japan.
Daihatsu.
Daihatsu.
Oh,
brilliant.
shit car. Oh, enjoy. Yeah.
As it's your birthday this month, I will drive just this one time.
You're clever.
Absolutely. I'm very clever because our car rental place is right next to our accommodation for the night. Check this out. This is where we're staying tonight. Essentially, a Swedish house. It's a very... It looks like a Swedish house, does it not?
Oh, sauna. In sauna.
Yeah, it might well be. It might well be. And we're right on the bay here. This is a really beautiful area. But we're about 25 minutes from Amano Hashidate, so tomorrow we'll have a nice little drive in the morning. But first things first, let's check out our accommodation.
Good place.
Yeah. All right. Whoa, look at the height of that.
Whoa, like a castle.
Like a castle. And if you don't like the car, there's a bike for you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Cycling.
Let's break the
That's
bike.
good. Oh, only alarms? Oh. You spin me right down, baby, like man.
Oh,
like
my God.
a cycling right
Don't break the house. Oh, this is very big in here, very spacious.
Oh, long table. I saw in Paris.
Really?
Yeah, Louvre.
The Louvre.
Last Jesus dinner. Last Jesus dinner.
The Last Supper or the Last Jesus dinner?
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it. That was a bloody big table. But this is where things get interesting. Check this out.
Japanese room.
Yeah, your bed.
On the tatami. Eh?
Dortigai, we've got a futon and we've got
I like
normal
bed.
Yeah?
Bed.
I can have the futon. Because of my snoring, we can shut the door.
So snoring.
Keep you...
Big story. Big story. Fuck off. Ask big stuff.
However, the reason we chose this accommodation is not so much that it can withstand earthquake-style snoring, but because of its spectacular location overlooking the Sea of Japan coastline. My God, to think we woke up in Tokyo this morning. And now we are in what might be one of the most stunning places I've seen in Japan. The water gently lapping the bay, the sound of the trains, people rowing across, and over there, Amano Hashidate. That's it.
Wow!
One of the 3 scenic views. The best place to see it is from the mountains. So tomorrow we're going to get up, we're going to go up the mountain, look down at it, look down upon heaven. Doesn't really work, does it? But I'm bloody hungry. It's been quite the day.
Oh, so.
Rice crackers on the train don't cut it. So dinner time.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, well, let's go.
Oh, he's prepared. Why haven't I got a bike? Whoever built this house did a brilliant job. Well, let's have more bikes. It's a bit unfair, isn't it? Look at him. He's gone. Wait for me. There he goes, off into the sunset. Can't manage a small hill when it's $1 million for charity. But when it's dinner time, he's suddenly Lance Armstrong, with cigarettes instead of dopey, admittedly. Luckily for me, however, the local izakaya is a mere walking distance, serving up fresh seafood from the nearby Japan Sea, and most importantly, Natsuki's long-awaited alcohol. Cheers! Hey, what a fine banquet of local dishes. We've got chikua, which is kind of like fish tube. I don't really know what to explain chikua, so we'll put some text up on screen. It's basically like fish meat, and it's got lots of seaweed on, it's battered, so it's therefore good. This is really cool. Gyoza, right? But it's actually, usually with gyoza, it's little parcels of like flour. Here, they use chicken skin, so it's chicken skin gyoza. Yeah.
Chicken skin. Yakitori smell.
Yakitori smell.
Oh, like a, looks like a
Yeah.
condom. Hold on.
I was really looking forward to eating this, and now he's. Oh my god.
Chicken skin, delicious condom. Yup.
But it's really cool to come somewhere like brand new. I've never been anywhere near here. The closest I've been to this point was the Tottori sand dunes. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the closest. A big piece of sand. So there's a reason we haven't been back here. How do you feel? Like, does this place feel different to most of Japan? Do you feel like a different atmosphere here?
On the road?
On the road?
No people.
Outside on the streets is really quiet. And then the izakaya is so busy, right?
busy.
I love that about Japanese towns though. You think, oh, it's abandoned, there's nobody here. And then you find an izakaya or a good bar and it's heaving with people. And that is where all the townsfolk are, sitting down to tuck into a good old dish of chicken skin condoms. A fine banquet indeed. The next morning, as the sun rises in the east, we're treated to the majestic, tranquil sight of Amano Hashidate at dawn, while all the while enjoying our morning coffee. And we are off. Did you sleep well?
Good sleep, long sleep.
Yeah? At least one of us had a good sleep. When I was falling asleep last night, maybe like 1 p.m, I was like, I'm relaxed. Suddenly Natsuki, he was loudly snoring, went like screaming in your sleep. It was really scary. I thought like you were being murdered.
Maybe ghost house.
Yeah, maybe ghost house, maybe you drank too much beer before bedtime. But we're off and away, and it's a lovely morning here in Amino Hashidate, and we're about to go up the mountainside and get the money shot overlooking the whole bay.
Climbing?
Climbing?
No climbing.
Fuck climbing. Oh, yeah.
No,
I think there's a cable car or a train.
Oh, cable
Yeah.
car, nice.
We're not climbing, no chance.
Oh, elevator.
With Natsuki's mind put to ease, there won't be a repeat of Mount Fuji. We make our way to the base of the viewing deck. And so we arrive at the most scenic site in all of Japan, chairlift. Since ancient times, people in Japan have travelled by chairlift. That's right. We're going up the mountain to get the third best view of Japan on the fourth best chairlift in the country.
Good service.
Whoa. Like an albatross. Amano Hashidate, look.
Amano Hashidate. Whoa, すげえ。Oh, 見えんじゃん。More than Matsushima. でしょ?
Because there's a chairlift. Okay, now it looks really good. We haven't had a good clear shot at Amano Hashidate since arriving yesterday, and it looks pretty damn incredible, not gonna lie. Look at that sandbar, about 1 kilometre long, going across the bay. I've not seen anywhere else like this in Japan. And later on today, we're gonna go and take a stroll across it. One of the benefits of this place, compared to Miyajima, is, as far as I know, there's no deer as well, so you don't have to worry about various creatures eating all your possessions along the way. Look at that view. It's kind of like a combination of Matsushima and Miyajima, right? Combination.
And the
Ordis is angry. I may require maintenance after all.
That working? Yes. Okay. So let's see. Is that working? Now it's working. Okay. Apparently I had updates. I had to fix those. I did not know I was muted. Okay. I was saying I changed things with the stream and, you know, needed feedback. Some of the feedback was that the PC had gone through an update and the microphones weren't working. So thank you on that. Can you tell what else has changed with the stream? I did not know that Sneaky couldn't hear me earlier. And thank you for letting me know I was muted. Hey. And to answer your question, what's up? I've already done the Archon. And all your stuff is whacked out. Yeah. It takes like setting up stuff for it. Like you kind of have to set it up from scratch kind of thing. Because if you're doing a capture card, you've got to set up all your scenes for the capture card. So like what I did was I went through and redid all my scenes. And like cleaned up some of my source list too for things that I didn't need and haven't used in a really long time. And like, so I like cleaned up a lot of stuff. So a lot of my things are a bit messed up. Like I haven't done my 2-up. So you see this is all fucked up because the half of it over there is like black. And then my 3-up needs fixing. Same thing is black over there. But I fixed my like main ones. But with a capture card, you're going to play on a separate device, and then you're going to put that out to your PC, and then you're going to go out from the card to your monitor. So it goes from the PlayStation to the capture card, and then from the capture card also to your TV set. So the capture card is an between your like gaming device and then the monitor, and it feeds that video that's coming from your Xbox, PlayStation, whatever, and feeds it to your computer, and then the computer does the stream. And on the computer, you set up your scene with the capture device that's attached to it as like the video input. Yeah, so the PS5 would be playing the game, and then the video comes out of the PS5, goes into the capture card, and then comes out of the capture card, usually. Kind of depends on what you're doing. And then goes to your TV set or monitor. I mean, you can watch this stuff on your computer too. But most people just have it go to another monitor. So you can't tell what's different with the stream, right? You can't tell any difference. Nice. Check the quality. If you go down to the little gear and look at the the quality settings. You should see a new number available. Previously, the highest number you could get was 720. Now you can get 1080. But that means I had to go through and redo my sizes of everything. So I had to reposition everything because I went from a 720 size to a 1080 size. I used to do 720 because I had a smaller upload size. And then and that was a long time ago before I got affiliated too. I recently got a bigger upload size. And 720 is easier for phones to do. Since I got affiliated, I get downscale resolutions. So phones can, heck, do 360 if you want. Like, you know, you can downscale as much as you want. So that doesn't matter as much. But before I was affiliated, it did matter a lot more. Because phone viewers, it is significantly more data to do a 1080p versus a 720. So it's much easier for phone viewers way back in the day to watch. But I got a higher upload now. So I'm like, hey, I can do 1080p now. So I do that. So it did mean I had to go through and like stretch a lot of things and like change the sizing and a lot of stuff. Sorry. Gotta hit the quiet one. And like reposition a lot of stuff. I might have broken that one. Nope, there it goes. Alright. Most of them are working. I also reversed my camera. So I had it mirrored. So things like worked out a little bit better. But it means you couldn't read the things if I held something up to the camera or like my shirts. You know. Because they would be mirrored. But it did mean that if I pointed over there at something, for instance. Okay. That is on the monitor to my right. So if I pointed at it like this, I'm literally pointing at it. However, the image of me on the screen is pointing in the opposite direction of that video. Now, if I mirror it, the me on the screen is still pointing at the video that I'm talking about from your perspective. I would still be pointing at it. So instead, I have to point the opposite direction of what I'm looking at, so that the me on the screen is pointing at the thing that I'm talking about. Which is kind of weird. So mirror makes it easier, because I just look at the thing and point at it, and then the me on the screen is also looking at the thing on the screen with you and pointing at it. But then if I stand up, you can't read what I'm wearing. Or if I show you a picture of something, the text is all mirrored. Like my phone or something. Stuff is weird. If necessary, we could do like a tech support session or something. Like in Discord sometime. If you have trouble like setting up your sources and getting the capture card stuff to work. But I'd give it the best go that you can do before, like, if you get frustrated, you know, reach out kind of thing. And we can give it the good old college try. People call me at work and they're like, I'm not sure if this is the right department or if I hit the right number, but, you know, this is my problem. Can you help me with that? I'm like, don't know, but we can find out. Are you looking forward to the new pet rework and the new like Warframe on Wednesday and all the new shit coming out on Wednesday? Oh, yeah. Sorry about the pissed. I don't use my capture card because I do all the streaming on the one machine, so I have it, but I don't use it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Nova changes. That looks really good. And I think the frame will be good. I'm not so sure about the Caliban changes. Like, I still think Caliban needs more rework to be good. Like, I like where they went. I just don't think it's enough. Like, it kind of depends on... So, like, his little summons, the little sentience, you see there's a problem. Or, like, minions. If I use... Oh, you can't log in? You should be able to. If I use a Vapor Spectre and the enemies are level 900, I get a level 900 Vapor Spectre. If I call Stalker in, I get a level 900 Stalker. If they're level 9,000, I get a level 9,000 Stalker. I get a level 9,000 Wisp. If I call in Caliban's little Sentinel, Sentience, whatever, I get a level 30 Sentient. That doesn't last very long. And hi there, Rob.
Hey, seeing if my mic works.
Nope, not at all.
Okay, good.
You're completely muted. Can't hear you at all, Rob. Been a while. So
how's
things going? Decent. I been going to the gym. I'm up to being able to bench 115 pounds. That's my personal best this week.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah. Doing lots of other workouts. Still recovering from the last leg day. Leg day always kicks my ass. I'm up to 160 pounds on 100, excuse me, it's 165 now on the leg stuff. So that's not too bad. And for someone who weighs, you know, like 170, you know, when you're doing these squeeze in and like spread out things and you're doing almost your entire body weight on that, that's pretty good. Makes my butt hurt though. I get all butt hurt. Today was push. Tomorrow or Wednesday will be pull, and then Friday will be leg. Built a standing desk for the wife. Put a chandelier above it to light it. That was like
Is it
last week.
Is it so you could hang on to Chandler?
No, it's just plastic things into like gypsum board ceiling. It's barely hanging on, you know.
Oh, okay.
Playing some Warframe, talking to Jinx. Most of the stuff, I guess.
Well, I got my account back, my Steam account back.
Hey, nice.
Somebody hijacked it for a while.
That happens.
So, I got all their progress on War Thunder, though, so it's not that bad. And, I got my CDL back. So I'm going to be truck driving again as soon as I get my CPAP machine. So, yeah.
If you're driving a truck, why do you need a CPAP? Is it for sleeping in the truck or something?
Yes, I have sleep apnea.
Ah.
So, yeah. Let me tell you, even though it sucked doing the whole sleep stay with the CPAP once I got used to the mask, I had a very restful sleep and didn't snore at all.
Oh, that's kind of good. ACT says they hate using their CPAP. I use breathe right strips.
I don't like it, but it just gave me a good sleep. I mean, literally the best sleep I've had in like 30+ years.
Oh, hey, sleep is worth a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Sabotage, shotgun only.
I don't have my old computer anymore, so I'm on this crappy laptop that doesn't have a video card. Well, has less than a gig. And, so I can't play any of the high-end games anymore.
Well, I mean, you can play like this on all the lowest settings. You can play this on like cell phones.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild, all the stuff that's in this game, and there's a new update Wednesday where they're putting in a gambling shrine maiden.
The reactor is going into stasis. Now is your chance to complete this sabotage. Use whatever you can to make sure it never works again. Cooling cell extracted.
I got stuck on the window. Move. Move. Where was in my way?
Destroy the fuel injectors.
Can I bust them with fire? Nope. Let's go.
Beware, Tenno. This ship is experiencing reduced gravity and magnetic anomalies.
I learned last week that I have too much Street Fighter burned into my brain. Mission complete. Woo. Zach, how you doing? It's been a little while.
Doing good. Just texting somebody. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Recently redid my stream. Rearranged it. It's up to 1080p. It's also on YouTube.
Okay.
Seeing what Action's been up to at the moment. Apparently been working a lot. I try to avoid that if I can. I say that and then I've been like working out and going to the gym, so maybe I don't avoid that as much as I think I do. Interception. Public. Don't need this one. Xmas Stronghold. Let's see. Swap. Or a better boomstick. Let's go with Latrone. And let's go with Nova. I'm gonna bring up some pretty colors. See how it handles this.
Do you remember the old war, operator? Orders seems to have misplaced those memories.
Doing some various tests with the new stream size. I kind of need to move my picture over to the left, maybe. I don't know. It's fine. It's probably fine. D, huh? Bleh.
Sealing wounds. Just a moment. I will self-repair.
Okay, lady, you do that.
We are dominating. Keep it up.
Really should head down here and pick up these shards since it is an Xmas Stronghold. I'm like, who couldn't use more shards? I do want to play with Gambler Chan. What? We're up here now? Get off the box. Oh no, it was my tower. Where's this Jade Light Eximus? That lady's weird. Come on, Stalker. Help out. Do some damage. Should have got my slam build. Did a mission earlier on the slam build and had 96, 94, I think it was 94% of the damage. This one wasn't the best because it's a words are hard. Eximus. So most of them are immune to my slow. Whoopsie.
I have detected another message incoming. Capture and decode the signal. You have captured a radio tower.
Get off. New skins? What game? Wednesday, I guess. Is it? If you Wednesday, there's new stuff. I think it's to me it's still kind of Monday night, so it's not tomorrow yet. I guess it's Tuesday morning technically. So yeah, but it's going to be a while. They're usually around noon on a Wednesday. But yes, we'll have new skins. We'll have new builds for pets, which are more functional. We have control of all four. Get off the control panel. Like on your PlayStation? Yeah, the vault looks really cool. I figured you would like it. It looks kinda badass. I'm just looking forward to being able to be a slow and a speed nova in the same mission. And doing a hell of a lot more damage. Release your inner demon. Oh no. Danger all the people of Romania. If you need to release your inner demon, I hear your neighbors in Crimea need help. They'll even give you a gun. Tomatoes and bats. Oh yeah, it is getting to that time of the year. I do need to put the Romanian decorations back up, right, with the tombstones and the cobwebs. President, go fuck you. Roll yes for that one. Ah, there we go. yeah, you started it. You did start it. Let's see, equipment, orbiter, decorate. Wrong one. Back up, wrong one. Need to go to equipment, orbiter, orbiter appearance. Ah, there it is. Haunted interior decorations. Yeah, there we go. On looping screens. So, Warframe PS5 looping screen? PS5 won't launch Warframe. There's a Reddit post on it. Welcome to owning a PS5. Okay. These are some things that are said.
Let's go.
Sure. I'll run Volt next mission. If you're not on the 2.4, it won't run online games. If you're downloading anything in the background, it won't play online games. If you have any apps running, it doesn't automatically close them when the console turns off anymore. In the background, it won't run online games. So those are some of the things about, I don't know, because I don't have a console. Volt. Oh, nice. Glad your mouse pad arrived. Volt. I don't really need a Gestalta. That might be fun. It'll be fine. Maybe. I think it might be fun. That's the wrong weapon. Oh, I need the shotgun. Rauda. My pistol. Furus. In the secondary mode. Dexterity. Alright, I'll take a look at it. Ah, big wide one. Then let's go with this guy. That ought to work. What's the last mission? To spy. Hijack. That ought to work. Apparently nobody's doing a hijack.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them all warriors down.
Left unchecked, Vayhek will create hundreds of new Fomorian-class ships. We plan to stop as many ships being built as possible by destroying their most critical components, the Fomorian core. The Grineer are transporting the core by cargo tram. Find the control console to reroute the tram. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
What is happening? Where's the core?
Excellent. We now have control of the tram. Its drive systems have been overridden, and it will now draw power from your shields.
I kind of do like infinite shields on this because of the whole capacitance.
Stay sharp, Leno. Watch yourself.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. I'm
Yeah, have
gonna
a good
go
one,
for a
Rob.
walk. You too.
Lots of people stopping by tonight. It's nice.
Use caution. I am picking up traces of prosecutor shield auras in your vicinity.
Hey everybody, recover your shields. Enjoy your day, Night Arrow. I'm gonna play something and watch YouTube. Good luck. Have fun. Fuck you too, man. It's just, we've known each other for a long time. We used to play a game called Firefall together. We've just like, I have such inappropriate jokes with him that I can't say openly out loud on stream because like lots of people were like, how could you? Kind of thing. Like he'll get in chat and he has a little bit of an accent. He is from Romania, right? And I'll be like, I'm sorry, what was that? I don't understand. I don't understand like then like slightly racist comment. Or no, not Firefall. Sorry. It's this one here. But you get the idea. And it's one of those, you know, just been playing video games together for a long time. So, you know, you have people like that. There's the thing that about to set up. Hold on. The reason why I changed this right here is during this time of the year, I can put a message here. So one of those old comments, right, is when my brain Swiss cheese at times. So when this place, it'd be easier to show you because I can't think of the name and I get things mixed up. Okay. When the Zeraman came out, okay, and you have to like track down the little things here and you can click on the balls of light and the little kids run to them, right? I just track them down because they show up as squares on the map and I have abilities that break all the squares, and then Vacuum will collect all the squares and any squares that are left are the things. So I don't worry about the kids. So lots of people were just like, I'm just going to go collect the things, you do the mission, right? I'm like, oh, so you're going to go chase kids again? And it made me think of Harrow, the priest, right? And then like them running around chasing the children. So I'm like, There goes that priest again, chasing the kids around. You off trying to catch the kids again? And like some of the silly like instances and things that can happen in the game. Sneaky, one of the other people that had a comment earlier. Like, you know, don't be a priest, don't chase children. And then it kind of like Abio did the same thing, was chasing the kids, and so the joke extended to him. So I made a monument here in the ship. So I have to go to, I should just do it with the Q. Hold on. Because it's quicker if you go in here. I think I just went the wrong direction. Where's decorate? Here it is, decorate. That's so much quicker. So this tombstone right here, right? So you can place a decoration, and then there is this, the note beacon. Okay. And then you have to scale it down. Don't think. Yeah, here we go. I need to rotate it. I need to rotate it the other direction. But that's good. Now my movement speed is way too much. So my main problem is my movement speed is too much. No, come down. There we go. Now I place another one in the same spot, and instead of rest in peace, it's rest in priest, because of the joke of them being a priest and chasing children around. And then it's a double entendre, which is like, they may have been caught at one time by a priest and had a religious intervention. Let's see, we need to F. And then I need to push. It's on the floor, huh? should have scaled the other one down too. So let's see, I need to scale it more. And the other one, no. This one moved out from inside of that one, unfortunately. So I'll just put it on top. Doesn't have to be behind it. I did want to scale it down a little bit. There we go, that's good enough. But there's the little tombstone that I like to put up for them. The bottom one's a little bit too far out. Meh. But now it's crooked. Hold on. Rotate, damn you. There. There we go. That's better. So rest in Priest, Abio, and Sneaky. And then it's possible to change the colors of them or whatever, but you get the idea. That's their little tombstone. You only got credits from the sortie. I gotta do the spy next. I got a from the Archon hunt. I got a mod drop booster. I think I can take that to get a bunch of goodies. Like, in the next day, I should go and do the... because I have mod drop chance booster. I got that from the Archon hunt. So I should go and do an arcane farm, because I'll have a insane amount of arcane drops with that. Will I get around to it? Nah. Probably not. Honestly. Oh, my arms are so sore. Wednesday can't get here fast enough, though. I want Wednesday to be here so that I can play around with the new stuff. I can, like, mod a Kubro. Where's this thingy at? It's that way.
Be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands. The target console is nearby.
It'll be interesting. Like, I have questions and I'm looking forward to, like, the animal pets. Questions are like, what's going on with the robo dogs and stuff? You know, the Moas. Are they getting looked at too? And the robot dogs, are they getting this treatment as well? Are they getting anything? Because they're kind of... Neither of those are super great either. Like, I can understand the going after the Kubros and Kavats because they're early game. So for early game experience, we're going to get people more excited, more like, I'm going to go farm because I can double my drops and I need these mats and resources for everything. And now I'm going to get them quicker and it's going to get rid of some of the grind. That makes a lot of sense. Sorry, guys. They were having a snuggle session, and I was just like, let me get up in this. They won't even know it's gone. We have everything we came for. Get to extract. Oh, it's a energy reduction mission. I did not realize. I'm like, yeah, I'm usually have a little more energy than this by the time I get here. I'm like, oh wait, this is a sortie mission. I get it now.
unit approaching.
Good luck. Completed 15 missions on that. I got a sculpture. Yay. Oh well.
Nora sleeps better knowing her dreamers are out there, working to lift us up.
What do you have? 18 hours? Visit and do vary, huh? Play 3 different Schwazen songs in do vary. Well, I have 2 things to do in a do vary. Ah, good googly muggly. That's the account created yesterday. Loudy. Yeah, it's incoming. For being a bot, as the message said. And I still have to do that. Not enough. Not enough. Chat messages. Next. Spam. Next. Bot. Next. Paste. Okay. Been blocked. And now you can do. Oh, no. Close that. You can do this. Here we go. Okay. So 2 things for Duvary. Well, I guess I'm doing Duvary next. Hacked. Did you want to do Duvary? You're quick. Oh, you get to rest then. You got the hate augment? Oh, nice. Oh, you almost got the hate augment. Oh. Oh. Put it on the other day. Oh, wait. Stop. I don't want to do the higher level one. It didn't say I needed to, so let's do the normal one.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles.
Did the higher level one the other day by accident. I'm like, it took longer. Ah. Just the, the... Nice. Collect my free junk. Element food. Colvero. Amber. Tortilla. We're gonna go with Protea. That one will work. Soma. Sure, man. Sure, man. Oh, wait. Oh, that's just the Reaper.
The fearful conspirator.
No.
Afraid to go outside and afraid to be
Soma.
Sybil lived a timorous life. Usually she was too scared to act.
Whatever, it's fine.
Not always.
The hell is this? Race?
Plotting against me. I need you to destroy them. Every single last one.
Huh.
That Keith might be mad. Void struck. Dangerous.
Oh.
You'd better ride all the crazy out of it. Wear it out. To be safe.
I've tried to ride the crazy out of things. Never worked for her. Energy or refund? Neither. Nearby suffer cold. Yes. Rude, guys. Rude. Get out of my way. Yes. Shockwave. Yes, please. My ranged attack.
Sybil's fear spiraled.
Eh.
The more she tried to be bold, the greater grew her fear of being found out.
Was it supposed to be the steel path circuit? Huh? Wait a second. Nah, neither of these things say it. So what you talking about? For a steel path circuit, you needed to do something in it? That's a good one. Ooh, there's a Swazan down here. Guys, get back here. Wait, cowards! Fight me! Schwazzen's back behind me, but oh, race. Boo. Usually back behind me at least. We'll see if it's here or not. Been a while. Yeah. I had to hit the other buttons. I missed one note. My brain had to reacclimate to playing those damn things. Brain was like, aren't you supposed to be able to press a button and unlock these puzzles? It's like, no, it's not a spy mission. Overguard. Yes. I mean, that one's good.
I weep for ownerless toys and empty chairs, letters unsent, and love long forgotten. Should I weep for you too?
Sure, lady. You do you. I was just gonna listen to you sing, because it's purty. Get back here, cowards. Oh, he's running off somewhere. Like, let me murder you. Ooh, what's this? Like, let me murder you. There's an owl down here too. I mean, I can hear the owl. Is it above somewhere? I don't know. It's not that important. Don't care about no finishers. Fine, killing enemies heal me. That's good enough. Have to think to mod now? Oh. I mean, you don't have to think. You can hit the auto apply. You might not get a good build. I helped Jinx with the slam build recently. It's really good. Get out of my circle. Do. Oh, your foot crossed. No, okay, you got back. You're fine then. You almost died there, Mr. Archer. Watch it. shots deal an extra 40% corrosive damage. Shots. That's nice. Considering I have the Soma and it fires shots really fast.
Torture would be better than this. But then, I guess this is torture.
I hear for people wish for very strange things, just in general. My wife sometimes misses her brain tumor. I'm like, do what?
That's why I'm sending you in there.
What the hell is this? Below me? Aha. Is it destined? You're lurking? No problem. Love how that instantly refills that thing's shields. It has so little. I'm just blowing these things up. There's sort of a... I'm kind of taking advantage of these guys. I can kind of cast this endlessly. So it's kind of like I get to cheat. So I don't know if you're seeing this, Jinx. But like I basically have infinite energy, and Hydroid's ability you can cast an infinite number of times and as many places as you want it, as long as you have the energy. So I'm just bombarding everywhere with corrosive damage. And I'm like full energy. Like I just like spam the crap out of it. He's still hitting this guy around the corner there. And I'm still at full energy. Because I'm Protea, so I have infinite energy. And just spam the shit out of his ability, which can have infinite casts. It's sort of silly. A shockwave that does maximum, huh? That one gets it out of the list. There's something here that I don't have. Oh, it's the chest. I could hear it, but I didn't know where it was. Inflicting cold or toxin also inflicts viral. Yes, please. I should get a thing that whenever heavy or crits do cold, which will also do viral. This way. Ooh, bad guys. Come here, bad guys. You bad guy over there. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of him. He's my favorite. Refund, I mean, that's gonna make it cheaper. Like, the saddle that I used made it feel kind of like a sleigh back to me for some reason. Like, it kind of feels like you would latch chains or something to it and it would pull a sleigh from there. You know, like it would, since it's high up, it would like be pulling the front end of the sleigh up and out of the snow. It just felt like, you know, a reindeer pulling a goth sleigh. Murder. Yeah. Whoop, I missed it. Huh? The circle on the map back here a second ago. Weird. Oh, enemies. Really, did they just respawn back here that fast? It is a fort, so, you know, you would imagine they'd call out the guards. One kept coming in and murdering everyone. Ooh, twofold torment. Yes, please. I might get attacked while doing this. No, he didn't make it to me. Oh, it's the doggy.
Might I prevail upon you to lend aid to our animal friend?
He saw me, but I still popped his little bubbles. Sorry, man. Ooh, pets.
How's that? You like that? Yeah. Oh, how sweet. They wish to show their gratitude. Follow them, Outlaw. Oh, please do follow them. Well, I'll be goddamned.
Critical hit, gain melee attack speed. Critical hit gains melee grant critical damage. That one's better. Deal frost. Deal 80% damage to enemies affected by frost. Okay, that's one of the combos. Now I need the one that crits do frost damage. The hell, game. Where? The ocean. I've ridden back and forth across this a couple times and haven't come across a big event. I do see her shop. I don't think I want any of those. Sure, it's a double. It say that I had to visit her.
Some faces tell a story. Yours, more of an epic tragedy.
Primary blight. How many of these do I have? It's not really doing a good job of showing me. That one.
My favorite book of all is the one that details suitable tortures for people who mistreat books.
One owned.
see what happens.
I run this mission like every time I get on. I usually do it like once.
There's a whole universe out there beyond the wall. The one that old Thingy Bob in the cave comes from. Or perhaps you already knew that.
So I get a decent amount of clamps. The clamp, boss. Just usually nobody's around to like want to join in and go on the mission. I find it fun running around at the speed of sound, and I kind of like wasting time here and getting used to the stuff and the builds. It's also like, I don't know if you've ever seen my, you weren't around back then, but I maxed my intrinsics for the railjack super early. I have a ton of railjack like mods and everything because I also find railjack fun. So like when railjack first came out, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna solo this. That is the one. And I went in and would park my ship at the beginning, hide it in like an asteroid, and go do the rest of the mission with Hildren. Because Hildren's invincible. Fleet-footed. Yes, please. Can you hit me, Mr. Archer? No. Hey, he hit me. I stood there long enough. Woo! I don't want any of these. Sure, damage for status effects. On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. Weak point kills create a field. That one's good. I do believe my gun... Ooh, my guns aim at weak points. No. I'm not doing a horse race. Doom, 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 doom. Come on, game. Load something ahead of me. I mean, sure, it can be enemies. Ah, just get off the rock. Thank you for coming to me. It will sting. Into space. Okay. I don't want any of those either. Man, I already have all these. Oh. Melee attacks hit twice. More efficiency and ability cooldown. Close contagion. Yes, please. Okay, the build's just about done. Gotten a lot of the big important parts. Oh, what do we have over here? Oh, me. I need to find the other guitars. That was bull. That never left. I brought up a map. I could find the guitars quick. But that would be smart. I'm an idiot. Oh, there's a guitar. Huzzah! Critical damage is doubled. Yes, please. I thought I already had Vicious Barbed. Ooh. I have never completed this one. Buh. I finished it though. Messed up a few times, but I hadn't done that one. I might get a new thing delivered to me for that. That was a good thing. Plus 100% magazine capacity on my Incarnate thing is good. I think we're good with this mission now. We got everything we need. Okay. What the? I don't remember this owl. Quick fort. That's what I needed. I've needed that one for a while. Let's go. $400.
Buried deep within the undercroft. The paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered.
Excavators? You don't say. No, it's not. That's what I was looking for. Here's another one. Okay, let's go.
Extractor deployed. Avoid treasure has been located. Extractor in place. A new extraction site may now be claimed.
I don't think I have a choice about it, dude. Passion. If I choose, it just kicked me out.
Her brutal actions had consequences. Like a deadly pestilence, Sythel's fear spread across Duviri.
And there seems to be some sort of misunderstanding. Can I implore you to clear things up with my captors? Let fly. I am your mentor, impostor. Coup de grace.
Okay.
Wonderful. Until next you are needed. My little good luck charm.
I think this generator pumps the air in Duviri, and it's broken. Void. I can't breathe. My head's spinning. I'm going to die. Fix it.
Where the hell is this thing?
Execution is far too kind. I should have set you on a treasure.
All Duviri now live in terror of Sybil. What a long shadow this scrawny little figure had cast.
Is that it? Is it just some of the little black dudes? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna turn that one off. Let's see. What do I want to do? Is something I'm gonna do? Probably that. Both of these are good. I'll go with the power strength for now. Dang it, another one. Each shot increases fire rate. Yes. Sure, between the eyes. For reasons. Y'all already lost.
Sybil was afraid to go on, but she was even more afraid to stop. Her fears were allying against her now.
Like, the things that I saw were like, if it's downloading, if it still has an app open, and it can't do a lot of things. Here's what I would recommend. Turn it off. Once it's off, unplug the power cord. Because when you turn it off, it doesn't actually turn off. It goes into a low power mode, and any problem it's having is continuing to happen. Okay. Wait 10 seconds after you unplug the power cord. Just count down from 10. That should give it enough time to, you know, actually power down. Plug back in the power cord, and then boot the damn thing up from scratch. That should have fixed it. One of the things that I saw was like, make sure if you're on Wi-Fi, you're on the 2.4. Even though I wouldn't use the 2.4 at all, I would just make sure it's wired. And not even on Wi-Fi. Because Wi-Fi sucks. You are hardwired? Good. Did you do a full power cycle by unplugging it? I can double check that after I free this guy. Okay. Is it down? User reports indicate problems at PlayStation Network. Yeah, the PSN network is having problems. Started at 8 p.m. They're still being reported. So, hold on. Down detector. There's a whole bunch being reported at 8 p.m. Here you go. $800 ammo in here. Still have 800. Okay, so that one was just a glitch. Here's a stab in the head. Cranium stab. He got stabbed. Stabbykins.
You were never on my side to start with, were you? All along, you've been plotting with them, siding with them, preparing to betray me. It's time for you to be afraid.
What? Who? Oh, these guys. Sure.
Be interested in the junk I have for sale. This clutter is for common Deviri folk. Not here.
I'm not gonna run over there. Give me your thing.
For an instant, as she shed her pitiful human form, Sybil was no longer afraid, for she had become fear.
All Duviri lives in terror of the old-world Citadel. Subdue her, so that Duviri may...
Stop knocking me down, damn it.
If only for a day. To tame a wild cave, it must be ridden. The oral world is no different.
I don't want this!
You have control. Cut the ties that bind.
Yeah, well, there. I don't know if you were still here, but I pulled up Down Detector, and they had a spike of reports at 8 o'clock, and they're still getting reports as of like now. So yeah, PSN is down.
Wear it down, but be alert. Worms have many tricks.
I'm going to be trapped in this ugly form forever and ever!
So the PSN network is down. Nah, I had to reload. Wait. Like, should I just be aiming at the little things? Yeah.
Emotion is no longer in turmoil. The calm of the true warrior has prevailed.
I feel nothing. Will you stop or breathe on? Interesting meeting. Let's see what comes of it.
Artist limit reached.
Tickled your curiosity?
Didn't realize I only had like one primary blight. That's crazy. Excuse me. Okay. Hydralisk. ESO. You don't need to level anything. That's right. PSN's down, so you can't get on. Shit. You have a computer? Because you can play your PSN account on anything else. You'd even install it on your, you know, Android and iPhone. And then get on those. Had a funny interaction at the gym today. Random dude commented on my hat. He's like, he said something. Basically, he said he liked the hat and was saying that I looked like too young for the hat, kind of thing. He was like, "What are you, like 36?" I'm like, "Nah, dude, I'm 40. I'm 46." The PC's acting up too. What's the PC doing? Say the PC's acting up. Like your capture card, is it an internal card or an external USB? For the capture cards that I usually recommend the external USBs to people. So you don't have to crack your case and put anything on the inside and take up ports. Not booting all the way. Oh. Well, that takes a little bit more effort. Could I recommend externally? And this is new behavior for it, huh? Like, see if you can narrow it down to what changed. Undo that change. But dang. That sucks. Well, I mean, if you got it from, you know, Alexei the Russian hacker, but usually, you know, they're fine. And I have an Elgato capture card. They're pretty much straight. They're pretty simple, like, devices. But, you know. Should be a legitimate source. If it's a brand name, then it should be fine. What I would recommend is unplugging it, booting. Elgato? Yeah, that should be good then. Unplugging it, booting the computer without it plugged in. And what your issue sounds like then on the computer is a power supply issue. So what I would recommend is a $10 USB hub. A powered USB hub would fix the issue. So you have, like, if you're having a power issue, it's been back in the box and you still aren't booting? I mean, where do you end up at? Do you get to Windows? Do you get to... Does it just go to DOS? Like, where are you? Because if you can get to Windows and it just hangs, boot into safe mode. If you don't get to Windows, you know, if it's like the driver for it isn't compatible and that's causing you to hang, then you want to get that driver removed. And safe mode can do that. And then you want to go into a device manager and uninstall the Elgato. If you're only getting to, like, if you're not getting to Windows, then so if you can boot up and it kind of gets to Windows, but you're not, it seems like it hangs, but you can move the mouse around, then you can try Control-Alt-Delete and see if you can get a little bit of your interface. If you can bring up Task Manager and run Explorer.exe. Because Explorer might have, like, it might have a problem and isn't booting properly. I just can't see what you're stuck at to try and figure out where you are in the boot cycle and where the issue is coming. But if you can run Explorer.exe, so you probably need to boot into safe mode. So what you want to do is you want to look up how to boot into safe mode. All right, because before Windows boots, so what may be happening with the black screen is it may be trying to switch your display to, like, a different display, or it may be reading the driver for the capture card as a display device or something. I can't really say. Like, it may be booting properly and just moving your display over to a screen you can't see, because it's not the right one. There can be a bunch of weird things going on there. And booting into safe mode is going to get you around a lot of that. And that's what you want to try first. You have Windows 10, 11. 11. It's annoying to boot into safe mode on Windows 11. Okay, this one might be useful. You might be able to do it like this then. Okay. So, you may be able to boot into safe mode with the function key. So there's two things that you might be able to do. You may be able to have the computer shut down and then hold the power key while it's off for like 10 seconds. All right. This will clear like any quick boots from memory. Okay. Then on your keyboard, you're going to hold like either F11 or F8. It depends on your manufacturer of your computer, which one it is. And then you're going to press the power button while you're holding that. And this should trigger the selective startup function. And you can choose safe mode. Another option is to crash the boot of your computer like 2 or 3 times in a row, which will trigger the safe mode. So you start with it off, you turn on the computer, immediately hold down the power button so it interrupts the computer. Not press it, hold it down. This 7 seconds later, the computer will shut down. Okay, and you do that like 2 or 3 times. So like twice more. Okay, so 3 times total. When you start the computer again after that, it'll be like, you'll get a pop-up offering to start up repair, and then you select the advanced options and you go into safe mode. You should be able to boot without any drivers, like any extra drivers, and just the basic, most stable part of your Windows. And from there, you can start diagnosing like... Okay, hold on, I'm gonna share my middle screen. Hey there, Chief. Okay, so from there you can go into like computer management. Okay, so you can go into dev management, device manager, and you can see if any of the devices, like any of these, are expanded and have a exclamation mark. That's a thing that's not installed properly and not working right. So you can uninstall those. You can go into computer management and you can go into the system tools in the event viewer. You have to drill down in this a little bit. And you can go at the Windows logs. And you have to drill down on that. And you can go to like the system. And you can look at, like, take note of a boot before you start the process of crashing and redoing your computer. Okay, take note of what time it is. Okay, because you can go into this and like the warnings and the errors, not a big problem. You're looking for critical errors. Okay, but you can go through this, and this is everything your computer is doing at every like millisecond, basically. Okay, but if your computer like hangs and crashes, you'll see it here, and you can click on it and see what's doing it. Like this is an attempt to resolve a URL from this address and what asked for it. Okay, so here's another one. You know, all these little things just constantly pinging my system, right? So before you start the crashing, before you go into safe mode, because you can access this in safe mode, your logs, right? But you got to be into the computer. Okay? I mean, you don't. You can access these things other ways, but we're not taking your computer apart and hooking it up to another computer to access this information. But you do need to know when like that failed boot went through, so you can see the logs of that startup, and you'll see like the startup, like your kernel engaging and all that other stuff going through in the startup, and you'll see your if you want more tools, you could run open C drive. SDK. Where's my SDK? Why did you minimize? Okay, it didn't minimize. SDK. Here we go. Auto runs, Process Explorer. So for you, since you're having a boot issue, I would recommend auto runs. So I'm going to run auto runs. And this is everything that's set to run with my computer. This includes my stuff from my registry. This is the little programs, apps, everything. And you can go through and disable the stuff that you don't want to run. So this includes like drivers down here. So I can get into current control, my services. These are the services for various different bits of hardware and software. These are my drivers here, like fraps. By the way, I've also got this set to virus scan these things. So like this had 3 hits. It's fine. I know what it is. It's not a virus. These are just 1 hit. Anything with like a singular hit, 1 or 2 hits, most likely not. They're false positives. If you have something with 7, 10, 15, then you have a virus. But like these, you don't want to turn off those. I know what those are. But you can go in and like, this is a virtual cam renderer for Steam. You know, I could turn that off if that's what I think might be the most recent thing that I installed, and then my system started crashing. I don't need that all the time, so I don't need it to boot, right? This isn't verified by Microsoft, right? They didn't pay the extra money to have it, so I was like, well, maybe it is glitchy software. So I'm just like, we don't need you to boot, right? So you can go through and uncheck the checkboxes, and as you see, I don't need Origin to boot every day. I don't use my VR headset, my Oculus, that often, so I don't have it boot up every day. I can manually boot that stuff. Vanguard for Riot, I don't want it to boot every day because I don't play League all that often. You know, so I go through here and I tweak out the stuff that I don't want to boot all the time. But yeah. Those are some tools. There's also one that shows you the process, the active stuff that's currently going on the computer. But if you're in safe mode, not going to help you that much because you're not going to be loading those things anyway in safe mode. So that's some of the tools I would recommend for tracking down what's causing your computer to fail on its boot. Because the Elgato is a name brand, it should be decent, and it really shouldn't cause your PC to not be booting after you've removed it. So, yeah. Weird things can happen, though. It's not the first time that a device has been, you know, there was a USB battery charger by like Duracell or, you know, one of them. So its whole thing was you could plug it into your computer and then use that to charge your batteries. The device itself had a virus on it from the manufacturing. Like in manufacturing, somebody snuck a virus into the place so that every single one of these USB battery chargers had a virus on them. Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand why it's not booting either, but like you have a couple options. You can try to resolve it, or you could nuke it from orbit and start over from scratch. I don't necessarily recommend that. That's a 4-hour process to get back to Windows. So trying to resolve it's quicker. That's like 45 minutes to an hour if you're lucky. And that's if you do that kind of thing for a living, 45 minutes to an hour. So I like if you take it to a shop, they could be done in like an hour and have it back to working if they're good at what they do. Most shops aren't good at what they do though, unfortunately. So Chief, how are you doing this night? Jinx is not having a good night because the PSN network is down, so they can't play video games on their PlayStation, and their computer isn't booting up since they tried to do some streaming where they were going to use their PSN to stream to an Elgato capture card on their computer. And they plugged the Elgato capture card into the computer, started setting things up, and now it doesn't boot anymore. I'm looking forward to the changes. Imagine it's going to be a pretty sizable update too. Maybe not huge. It's not like we're getting a whole new area. Getting menus. I think I've done all the updates. ESO. Let's go level some people. Mirage. This time I'm going to be on the boom build. Boom. Is there anything less active? Can I cheese this anymore? Maybe I could go Saren. Haven't really used her in a while. Ooh, since I haven't used her, I haven't really checked what her build is since I've worked on my minions. Nautilus. Yep. Be Prime. I think this one will be less busy than the boom build. This is Elite Sanctuary Onslaught, right? Yeah. I really gotta upgrade her build. I know how to do it now. You get dexterity on this damn thing. All I never seem to get is like ×4. That's one. So note to self, dexterity. I want to replace Gloom off of this frame. That makes you invincible as long as there's enemies around with ticks on them of damage, because you're gaining life for each tick of damage. You're gaining a decent amount of health as long as there's enemies around with damage on them. But I don't really like it. It doesn't do anything else for me. Thinking maybe roar. Like all these stacks are going off around the map. I can get a multiplication factor on them. Kill stuff faster. So then like long duration missions, you know, everything will like kill everything. Trying to think, is there anything else that I might want? Like, Off-Remize would be not good because I already am reducing damage by a lot on these people. Or reducing their armor. And if I want to go with a slow, might as well go with one that's in a big giant circle instead of one that has to be in front of me. It's like, what then? I have to go back to the list and just kind of look. That was rude there, fella. That was a lag spike. It still has not recovered. That's because somebody left the game. I like this room. It's not very big. I think we lost another. Yep. This is just down to 2 of us. I could keep going, but I do kind of want to fix this build a little bit. Okay, let's make her a little bit better. %99 of the damage. Out loud. Let's see. Count created yesterday. And reported the day after it was created. Wow.
Alright, you better be here.
Report. Okay, let's go fix this. There. That's much better. Okay. Ugh. Base status. Upgrade. Okay. Hmm. Feed bile. Damn it, I just kicked one of you guys. They wait a day. God, that window was annoying. I'm amazed I didn't have enough of that. I didn't. Okay, I can go with that. Post migration. Dummy McDum-Dum left. Okay, he was probably just done with his mission, so Dunny McDun-Dun. Because he was just done. That's my hate zones.
You are running out of time. Enter the data conduit.
Okay. Coming up on 4. The wife's going to get up in a little bit, so I think I'm going to head out. I've been going for 5 hours and 43 minutes. Not too bad. So, peace. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out. Chief, Jinx. Y'all have a great one. Take care. Stay safe. Peace.